Hey everyone, sorry it's been a while. A bunch of stuff came up. Like, we needed a few renovations to the house. There's some sickness going around. I think I got a little sick, but I think I'm fine now. So, yeah, like, I could talk, you know? No problems. Or, the limited amount of problems, because I struggle with talking. Anyway, going to Achi. And Hano. Okay. Alright. Wee. Blah blah blah. No trains stopping. Is this new? Because it was going slow. I'm gonna read it anyway. Traffic on Noganzaka was at a near standstill. Had there been some sort of major accident? As Achi ran along the roadside, he heard a middle-aged man screaming angrily. Calm down, old man. Calm down, old man. Achi ignored him and kept on running. Finally, he arrived at SOS's hideout. Two young men were standing by the door as lookouts. Achi recognized one of them. It was the kid whose so-called buddies had tried to shake him down earlier that afternoon. They roused themselves as Achi approached. Hey, I need to see Suzumu. No can do. He's in the middle of something right now. The lookouts made no move to let him through. Achi felt a surge of resentment towards Suzumu. If he'd still been with SOS, he'd never try to post members on guard duty like they were low-ranking Yakuza thugs. Eh? Achi pressed again. Please, I need to see him. It's important. Just tell him Achi's here. He'll make an exception. At the mention of his name, the two lookouts exchanged glances. All right, I'll go ask him. One of the lookouts headed inside, leaving Achi alone with the kid he'd helped out earlier. Do they always stick you on guard duty? The boy didn't reply. Back when I ran with SOS, we never needed anyone on lookout. We were just a bunch of guys who loved Shibuya and who had a fun time hanging out with each other. That's all it was, really. It's not Suzumu's fault that SOS changed, the boy said, somewhat fearfully. Lately, it's Kiryu who's been driving things. Kiryu? Oh yeah, that guy. Achi recalled his earlier run-in with him. The guy was an arrogant bully. Kiryu's planning to steal Suzumu's throne. What for? The boy took a nervous look at the door before hurriedly continuing. He's trying to expand SOS's influence. And he's got a lot of people on his side. Right now, the gang is kind of split into two factions, Suzumu's guys and Kiryu's guys. Finally, Achi understood what was going on. The gang members had all been acting so weird because they were caught up in some kind of internal struggle. Kiryu goes around recruiting new followers by force, and if he doesn't like you, he dishes out punishment. This month alone, he sent 8 people to the hospital. SOS is a total mess, man. This plan of mine might not work after all. Achi felt a sinking sense of despair. If SOS was ravaged with infighting, it was doubtful they'd heed the dangerous request he had for them. But even still, I want to be a part of this gang, the boy muttered. Achi peered at him in surprise. Why? They shake you down for dues, stick you on guard duty? That's not a decent way to treat someone. I look up to Suzumu. He treats me like he would anyone else, even though I'm way down at the bottom. And it's not just me. Suzumu always puts the members of the gang before himself. That's why I want to stick with SOS. So that's it, huh? Suzumu really had been trying his best. And the members of SOS, some of them at least, admired him for it and stuck by him. Thanks, Achi said. The kid gave him a dubious look. Achi didn't know if Suzumu would help him out or not, but he knew it was still worth putting their disagreements aside in order to ask. The door opened and the other lookout returned. Suzumu says to come on in. Achi nodded and strode inside. Alright. Next is Norikawa. Final request. Beep beep. Did you have any place in mind? Kimizuka's eyes went wide. Do I have a glimpse into a young lady's mind? He asked. Look, I'm sorry, but we're in a big hurry here. Don't make me have to repeat myself. Yes, sir. Thanks. Very well. Then here goes. Kimizuka cleared his throat and adopted a look of artistic intensity. I want to say it, but I can't say it. I thought today might be the day, but when our eyes met, it felt so cold. I'm wandering alone in a labyrinth of love. Why can't I just share how I feel? Look back my way. No, don't look back. If I do ever share my feelings, what happens to us then? That's a river we won't be able to uncross. I want to wreck things, but I don't really want to wreck them. I'm sorry for pretending to be so upset. I want to get some distance, but I can't get that distance. I can't do this over the phone. I want to forget, but I can't forget. That day about half a year ago. It was such a trivial thing, and yet I treasure it even now. I want to say it, but I can't say it. Even if I did, even if I could. Like a shell caught in the pounding surf, caught and tumbled back and forth. More than friends, but not quite lovers. Not quite lovers, but more than friends. My apologies, Mr. Kimizuka. I should have repeated myself. To Inferno and Ura Harajuku, if you would. Very well, sir. Don't know what that was about. As soon as Minarakawa and the others had climbed into the cab, Kimizuka tore off through Shibuya's network of narrow side streets. The passengers in the back seat jostled roughly back and forth to the sound of screeching tires. This is altogether far too excessive, Katayama murmured, wincing as his head bounced repeatedly against the window. To think we allow such inconsiderate driving here in this country. Chiaki, meanwhile, had opened her laptop and was somehow working furiously to finish her copy. The sound of her fingers clicking across the keys echoed within the vehicle. How's it going, Chiaki? Minarakawa asked. Just a little more. Her eyes were glued to the monitor, her face all seriousness. Kimizuka glanced over at Minarakawa. If I may ask, sir, what business do you have at this bar? Just a little interview. I hear a local gang called SOS uses the place as their big hangout. You're interviewing SOS? Sir, I feel it might be best not to get too involved with that lot. There was something about the driver's warning that seemed a little off. Do your taxi driver connections tell you what SOS is up to? Norikawa asked. Originally, they were something of a vigilante corps, in the name of keeping the neighborhood clean and safe. But lately I hear nothing but bad things about them. Those loan sharks have said something very similar. Norikawa reminded himself that he'd better be on his guard. Katsuyama chimed in. And just how do you plan to go about interviewing a gang like this? That's nothing for you to worry about. I have a plan. And just what exactly is this plan? It's a secret. Katsuyama gave him a derisive grin. Clearly he wasn't impressed. Norikawa turned to look at Chiaki. She appeared too engrossed in her copy to even hear the conversation. I realize this is for work, Kimizuka said worriedly. But do you really need to take such risks? Yes, I do. Norikawa thought back to the look on Toyama's face. That look when he'd finally regained his confidence. He couldn't let Heaven Publishing go under. Toyama provided the canvas on which Norikawa shared his art with the world. Thinking about it now, Norikawa realized he'd always been chasing Toyama's shadow. Though it was galling to admit, that man had been the ideal Norikawa strove to live up to. That was why he'd hated seeing Toyama reduced to such a pathetic state. He wanted Toyama to remain indomitable, to keep busting down any and all obstacles in his own peculiar way. Still, Norikawa wasn't about to voice these feelings aloud. He felt more than a little embarrassed to be taking it all so personally. When you take on a job, you give it 100%, every time. That's what makes you a professional, he said. Wouldn't you agree? I do indeed, Katsuyama chimed in. But you'll have to demonstrate that 100% in the limited time you have left. Which, by the way, is 51 minutes and 30 seconds. And I will not budge in the slightest on that submission deadline. Please do keep that in mind. The man took another look at his watch. I've got half a mind to break that thing, Norikawa told him. Breaking my watch will not stop time. Norikawa shot him a furious glare, but Katsuyama's composure was unwavering. The guy was unflappable, and the only way Norikawa was going to be able to put him in his place was to meet his damn deadline. Easier said than done, though. He'd want to use 30 of the 51 minutes he still had to write his article. It only left him 20 or so to get the material. Kimizuka suddenly slammed on the brakes and the cab skidded to a halt. Norikawa stared through the windshield in shock and saw a smallish, boxy minivan weaving erratically along the road. Look out! That thing's headed our way. Don't worry, sir, the driver replied. Just leave this to me. Keeping his cool, Kimizuka dexterously steered them clear of the oncoming vehicle. As the minivan sped past, an eerily cold breeze wafted over the taxi. What the heck was that? Norikawa asked. I'm not sure, Kimizuka said. Let's hurry on our way. Nimbly manipulating the gear stick, he stomped on the gas once more. Here we are, sir. They'd pulled up outside of a dilapidated old pool hall. You're a lifesaver. Norikawa clapped a hand on Kimizuka's shoulder. Just be sure to be careful, sir. Norikawa nodded. Huh? What? Chiaki asked, looking up. What are we being careful about? Nothing, Norikawa said. You just wait here in the car. You still got that copy to finish up, yeah? Well, yes. Alright then. Chiaki frowned but resumed her typing. And you wait here too, Minorikawa said to Katayama. But of course, that goes without saying. Incidentally, you have 49 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. Minorikawa did some quick mental math. With the half hour he'd already set aside, that left him 19 minutes. However dangerous SOS might be, he couldn't afford to hesitate for even a single second. Bracing himself, he stepped out of the taxi and headed for the pool hall. Minorikawa took a deep breath as he approached the grimy door. Here goes. He drew his leg back and gave the door a hearty kick. The mob of young men inside the bar turned as one at the sound of the door crashing open. Who the hell are you? Several of them started toward him belligerently. Just calm down and hear me out, he said. I've come to interview you. Interview us? What the hell for? These were hot-headed punks, all right. They seemed to be itching for a confrontation. Minorikawa felt like a punch might come flying his way at any moment. Then another voice called out from further back. Hold up, guys. It was a young man seated in the far back corner of the bar. His air of authority marked him as the gang's leader. That must be Suzumu then, Minorikawa thought. When you say interview, do you mean for TV? Or like a magazine? Mind telling us who you are? The name's Minorikawa. I'm a freelance journalist. I'm doing a magazine piece about young people in Shibuya. All I'm asking is just for you guys to answer a few questions. Methane. I got it wrong, by the way. Said the wrong thing. I don't remember what I said, but methane has been tapped as a potential new energy source to replace fossil fuels or atomic power, but there are concerns about its tendency to exacerbate the global warming process. It's extremely flammable. The methane produced by food waste has been known to cause garbage trucks to catch fire. Suzumu sounded less than enthused. Just 5 minutes, Minorikawa said. What do you say? Nah. I'm not in the best of moods right now. Go on, get out of here. Right, Minorikawa thought. He's gonna make things difficult. But he hadn't expected these troublemakers to just up and accept an offer to appear in print. Now was when the real battle would begin. Guess I'll just have to write my piece without your help then. Suzumu took the bait and shot him a look. Write about what exactly? Your little warehouse raids. Warehouse raids? Suzumu raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Really now? You're gonna tell me you don't know your boys are dealing in stolen goods? SOS doesn't steal, man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Oh yeah? Why don't you ask those two over there? He spotted the two fellows he'd seen arguing earlier, at the scene of the explosion. Now he pointed them out. Their faces betrayed their alarm. Suzumu glared at them. Is this true? They averted their eyes and said nothing. I asked you a question. Have you been stealing stuff? After a long moment of surly hesitation, both young men nodded. You idiots! Suzumu marched up to the two and without warning decked them both. How dare you sully the SOS name? As the two gang members cowered, he continued to punch them repeatedly. Okay, enough with the beatdown. Minorikawa stepped up to intervene. Let's get down to business here. I won't reveal anything about the warehouse raids. In exchange, you give me my interview. How's that? Not a bad deal, I'd say. But Suzumu ignored him, continuing his pummeling of the pair. "Whoa, hey. Nobody's gonna play nice with a guy who flies off the handle and beats on people, you know." "What'd you just say?" "Well, look at yourself. You're clearly not the cream of the crop here, kid." At that, Suzumu's fists finally fell still. The rowdy bar went completely silent. "Say that one more time, I dare you. I'll put your ass in the ground." The gang leader's eyes were red with rage. Minorikawa snorted, unafraid. That's the exact sort of line I'd expect from a total wuss who's all bark and no bite. "Shut your damn mouth. Get the hell out of here." "Oh, this is hilarious. SOS's top dog is such a yappy little puppy." Suzumu snarled like an animal. "You son of a bitch. I'm gonna beat your ass." "Mr. Mino, I'm all finished." An ebullient voice resounded suddenly throughout the bar. Cheerful and full of energy. Originally, a term indicated a state of bubbling or boiling, so it's effectively a fancy way of saying bubbly. "Chiaki?" Minorikawa looked and saw that both she and Katsuyama had appeared in the doorway. "I finished my copy. Could you please look it over for me?" She thrust out her laptop proudly. Suzumu stared in bewilderment. "Who the hell are you?" I was under the impression you SOS folks were, being interviewed." Chiaki broke off, haltingly. "Yeah, you're right about that." One by one, gang members started to close in around her. "Well, it's just... you look like you're really angry, is all." "Oh, do we now? That's because we are pretty damn angry." "Good grief," Katsuyama groaned. "It seemed that getting your interview was quite impossible. By the way, you only have another—" "You shut up," Minorikawa snapped as Katsuyama peered at his watch. "Just leave this to me. You two hurry up and get out of here." "No way," Chiaki said. "What? Why not?" "Because I want you to read my copy, Mr. Mino." She looked him right in the eye. This was no time for editing session. He had to wrap up the SOS interview and fast. Alright, Minorikawa said. "I'll read it after I'm done with this." "No way," Chiaki repeated. "I'm not leaving you all by yourself in a place like this." She refused to budge. Enough of the chit-chat. One of the gang members reached out to grab Chiaki's laptop. "Knock it off! Don't touch that!" She struggled to resist. "Leave the girl alone, you scumbags," Minorikawa barked. The young men in the bar stopped and turned. Suzumu was quick to respond. "Screw you, man. Who are you calling scumbags here? Any guy who raises a hand to a lady is a scumbag. If you're looking for a fight, you can fight me. Just get your hands off the girl." Minorikawa did his best to look unafraid as a couple dozen vicious gazes now turned back at him. "Bring it on," Suzumu said. "Hey, someone go stand lookout out front." He snapped his fingers sharply. "Get him." At the signal, Suzumu's men quickly closed in on Minorikawa. It was like being caught up in a tsunami. He took a hard punch to the face and his vision went blurry. Before he could react, he was hit again, twice, thrice with punches and kicks. The moment his first assailant paused, another joined the assault. 4 blows, 5 blows, 6. Minorikawa lost count somewhere around 30. A metallic taste filled his mouth and he could feel his consciousness fading. All the strength was being battered from his body. He couldn't even tell if he was standing on his feet or lying on his back. Then finally, he felt himself crumple to the floor. Even then, the beating did not let up. As he writhed helplessly, the young man kicked him in the gut over and over. "Stop it!" he heard Chiaki shriek. "You're going to kill him!" Eventually, Minorikawa forced himself to go limp. Finally, the kicking stopped. "Oh, crap," one of the thugs muttered, sounding panicky. "Did we take this a bit too far?" "Mr. Mino!" Chiaki rushed to Minorikawa's side, sobbing. "Please," she cried out, "answer me!" He held his breath and said nothing. "Mr. Mino!" Tears streaked down her cheeks. She shook him desperately. "Don't worry," he gasped at last, holding up a hand to stave her off. She let out a yelp of surprise, staring at his battered face. He could feel blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He turned his grisly visage on the gang members as he painfully rose to his feet. Abruptly, Minorikawa broke into peals of mocking laughter. Mr. Mino?" Chiaki stared at him, aghast. He only laughed harder. It seems he took a few too many blows to the head. The poor thing. Katayama averted his eyes, unable to watch. Minorikawa shot out an accusing finger out at the crowd. "Looks like I win this round." What?" Suzumu blinked, dumbstruck. "Don't you get it?" Minorikawa said thickly around his bruised tongue. "What I'm saying, you're a bunch of idiots. Now then, if you'll pardon me." "Oh, I get it." Minorikawa was halfway to the exit when Katayama's exclamation rang out. "You were planning all along to let these guys beat you up, huh?" Minorikawa jerked to a halt, his shoulders trembling. "You knew they'd turn down the interview. And so by letting yourself get beat up, you'd have something to put in an article, yeah? It's a bit bogus, maybe, but I guess it's one way to get material to fill your pages." Minorikawa broke out into a cold sweat. "Shut up, you idiot!" But Katayama continued with his oh-so-brilliant analysis. "You sure pulled a fast one on this gang here. I wonder what sort of headline your piece should have. The twilight of Shibuya's legendary street crew? Former vigilante squad, now mere gang of common thugs? Something like that, maybe?" Suzumu stared daggers at Minorikawa. "Go on. I dare you to write that up. Then we really will put your ass in the ground." He moved to block the path to the door, clutching a broken beer bottle in one hand. "You moron!" Minorikawa bellowed at Katayama. "I was this close to pulling it off." Well, that's a shame, isn't it?" Katayama replied. Minorikawa rolled his eyes. "Gee, ya think?" Suzumu slowly advanced on them, beer bottle at the ready. "Incidentally," Katayama said, "you have 40 minutes and 7 seconds left. Good luck." Minorikawa hung his head. Was everything futile at this point? Hopeless, pointless, ineffectual, futile, wish for... Alright, cool your jets. I'd say that's quite enough. Suzumu stopped and spun around. Kimizuka had entered the bar. The taxi driver stared out sternly from behind his sunglasses. All the young men in the bar fell silent. Minorikawa and his companions exchanged glances. Oh man, you? Suzumu's face twisted up in awkward embarrassment. Kimizuka's tone was light and playful, but intimidating nevertheless. Oh, hey now. That's no way to address your teacher. Teacher? Minorikawa blurted in disbelief. Kimizuka nodded. Yeah, until last year I used to be a teacher. But I got into a bit of a dispute with my school, so I moved on. These guys in here are all former students of mine. Sorry that they're such a bunch of good-for-nothings. Wow, Chiaki said. I never have guessed. I thought since I wasn't their teacher anymore, it wasn't my place to butt in, but I couldn't sit idly by and let one of my customers take a beating. Kimizuka turned back to Suzumu. This guy totally played you, every last one of you. Suzumu bit his lip in frustration. Still, it's hard to imagine anyone would want to take a beating from this many guys all at once. So it's hardly your fault for falling for it. Kimizuka had switched gears from taxi driver to street smart mentor. You guys lost this one, he said. And for that, you need to give him his interview. No way, Suzumu looked disgusted. Look here, kid, Kimizuka said. Let yourself save some face and help the man out. And maybe you won't come off as a bunch of total idiots in his article. He flashed an amicable grin. Well, when you put it that way... Fine, alright. Suzumu blew out his breath in resignation. Suzumu, you can't just let yourself cave like that. The remark had come from a particularly nasty-looking young fellow who slouched on the bar sofa. Minorikawa recognized him, the kid he'd encountered earlier that afternoon, wandering around with a wooden cudgel. You shut up, Kiru, Suzumu said. So what, you're just gonna let SOS make a mockery of itself? Kiru demanded. The gang leader let out an annoyed growl but said nothing. And you still think you've got what it takes to run Shibuya? Shut up! I've already said I'll do it. Kiru sneered sullenly at Suzumu's outburst. Mr. Mino! Minorikawa was just letting out a sigh of relief at being able to get his interview when Chiaki scurried back up to him. Please, can you read my copy now? Her face showed a strange mixture of confidence and unease. All right, he said resignedly. Let me see it. The proofing deadline was drawing steadily nearer. Still, if the piece wasn't good enough, he'd have to make her rewrite it again. He wasn't going to compromise on quality. Bracing himself, Minorikawa stared at the monitor. Chiaki swallowed hard, so anxious that it was audible. Minorikawa gave the piece a fast once-over, then read it again more closely. When he was done, he closed his eyes, considering. Chiaki held her breath, waiting for his response. It's okay. She looked back at him blankly for a long moment. Really? It's really okay. Is it really okay? It really is really okay. Minorikawa watched in surprise as she broke down in tears. Oh, thank you so much. Chiaki bowed profusely. He gave her an affectionate little ruffle atop her head. She wiped at her face with her palms, scrubbing the tears away. So I guess I never really told you what sort of articles I want to write and all. No, I don't think you have. Well, I mean, I want want to write socially conscious exposés like you do, Mr. Mino. And so, to hear you say that an article I wrote is okay, that makes me really... happy, I guess. Or maybe moved? Her eyes were still bright with emotion. Well then, really? There was actually another writer who took inspiration from his work and who strove to be like him. Minorikawa had never thought a day like this would come. It was a peculiar feeling. He'd always been the follower, chasing after interviews in order to be more like Toyama. It made him feel both bashful and proud that the skill and soul he'd honed might be passed on to the next generation. Right, I should be off. Kimizuka gave Minorikawa a slight nod. Minorikawa returned the gesture, but more deeply. You really have been a tremendous help today. I'm not sure where I'd even be right now if you hadn't been there for me. Oh no, not at all. I was just driving a customer around where he asked me to go. Oh, that's right. I still owe you a fare. Opening his wallet, Minorikawa saw he had only a 10,000 yen bill. Still, now was no time to be frugal. Keep the change, he said as he handed it over. But even as he said it, Kimizuka was already handing him some money back. Here, I insist. The driver had already counted out the exact change in advance. You really are a pro, huh? Minorikawa took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. We'll meet again. Somewhere out there on the streets of Shibuya. Kimizuka pointed his index finger at Minorikawa's face. Minorikawa responded in kind. After that, the interview with SOS went off without a hitch. Now that the tension was diffused, these were just a bunch of ordinary young guys. The juxtaposition of their appearance and their behavior would make for an interesting piece. So, about what you said earlier, Suzumu said once Minorikawa had finished his questioning. About how I'm not the cream of the crop? Yeah, that. I just said it to get you worked up, don't worry about it. Well, let me just ask you what you really think then. How do you think I could be a better leader? I don't know. I'm not really the sort of guy who wants to stand at the top, you know? But I guess I can tell you 2 things that'll make things go more smoothly with you and your buddies. Suzumu leaned in, listening intently. Forgiveness. And also trust. Minorikawa chewed over his own words. The events of the day were played in the back of his mind. He'd forgiven Toyama for his fake suicide, and trusted that he'd regain his reporter's edge. He'd forgiven Chiaki for her bungled interviews, and trusted that she'd grow as a journalist. In the end, that's what it was that had helped him through. Forgiveness followed by trust. Suzumu grumbled softly. Forgiveness and trust, huh? Doesn't sound so easy. People gravitate towards somebody who can handle things when they get tough. With that, Minorikawa got to his feet. Now we've got all the articles we need covered. Hee! Chiaki rushed over to his side. Well, I guess we still need Mr. Toyama's piece. I just got off the phone with my office, Katayama said casually. It seems they've already received the data from him. Well, what? Guess he really can get the job done when he applies himself. Minorikawa felt an inner surge of pride. Now then. He indicated Katayama. How much time do we have left? 30 minutes remaining, Katayama replied, eyeing his watch. 30 minutes, huh? Looks like we might make it after all. Chiaki, laptop. Right. With a beaming grin, Chiaki held out her computer. Minorikawa got ready to start typing, but then a young man barged into the bar. It's Achiendo. He's come to ask the members of SOS to help with the planned operation down at the Scramble. Jump. The door opened and the other lookout returned. Suzumu says to come on in. Achi nodded and strode inside. The scent of alcohol and cigarettes washed over him. Suzumu sat on the sofa at the far end of the bar. It was where Achi used to sit back in the day. What do you want? Suzumu asked immediately. Achi walked up to him and then got down on his hands and knees. Huh? What are you doing down there? The hell is this all about? I need people to bring a guy down. I'm here to ask for your help. The crowd around him flew into an uproar. Peals of mocking laughter rang in Achi's ears. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help. Just some guy, huh? Who? He's an international terrorist trying to get his hands on some wonder drug for a killer virus. If we don't catch him, somebody I know is gonna die. And that's not all. He might try to unleash the killer virus here in the city. Suzumu burst out laughing. That's some kind of joke. You alright in the head there, Achi? The other gang members followed his lead, unleashing another storm of mockery. The laughter continued for quite some time. Achi said nothing. He endured the ridicule and simply stared up at Suzumu. As patiently as he could, he waited for Suzumu to give the proverbial nod. Finally, the laughter subsided and Suzumu crouched down and got in Achi's face. Is that how you go about asking someone a favor? Suzumu growled menacingly. If you have a problem with me kowtowing like this, I can apologize some other way all you want. But don't you care that I just told you Shibuya's in danger? Achi's voice was unwavering. But face it, Suzumu. Isn't Shibuya the reason everyone here hangs out with each other? If you're telling me you don't want to keep our town safe, then I won't ask you guys for anything again. I withdraw my request. The two glared into each other's eyes. Then, before Suzumu could reply, an odd man stepped in between them. Sounds like you've got an interesting story, he said. Mind letting me hear it too? You again? Didn't you already get your interview? Suzumu rolled his eyes. I think Grovels here might be telling the truth. The newcomer's face was all seriousness. It lines up with the information I have. Hey, Grovels, you got a second? My name's not Grovels, Achi growled. It's Achi. I'm Minoru Minorikawa, magazine reporter. And I know a bit about that stuff you were saying just now. The killer virus you mentioned is called the Ua virus. That wonder drug is an antiviral medication. And the person you know who might die is Maria Asawa. Am I right? Achi was almost too shocked for words. How do you know all that? Minorikawa ignored him and turned to the SOS leader. Suzumu, he said, something really is going down in Shibuya. What are you gonna do about it, boss? Suzumu bit his lip. He looked pretty conflicted. Sounds good to me, someone called out. Let's give him a hand. Achi turned to see where the voice had come from. It was Kiru. You shut up, Suzumu said with a glare. Break out of your rut, old man, Kiru sneered. Achi here is right. Isn't keeping our beloved Shibuya safe what SOS does? He slipped an arm around Achi's shoulders. You're okay with that, right, Achi? Me going against Suzumu's orders to help you out? Kiru's lips pulled back into a broad, unsettling grin. But first, we have unfinished business, you and I. I mean, I'm willing to lend a hand even though you ditched the gain and all. But first, we've got to settle our score, here and now. You understand, don't you? Yeah, you're right. Kiru grinned hungrily. Guillotine time! A bunch of the gang members started up an eager clamor at Kiru's pronouncement. In a matter of moments, Achi was grabbed from all sides and hoisted up onto a pool table. A dozen young men held down his arms and legs, positioning him so his head jutted out past the table's edge. Oh boy. Oh no. Kiru brought out a steel pipe nearly a meter long. It was caked liberally with dried blood. Guillotine! 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 The men of Kiru's faction pumped their fists in the air, chanting madly. Kiru licked his lips as if drunk off their cheers. Glancing to one side, Achi saw Minorukawa speaking empathetically to Suzumu. It looked like the reporter was trying to talk some sense into the SOS leader. Man, today is my lucky day. I get to take the head of SOS's original head. Achi twisted his neck to peer up at him. Man, what point is there in taking my head right now? Oh my. You don't get it, do you? See, if I send you to the hospital, everyone in Shibuya is gonna know my name. And once I got that big-ass sign over my head, I'll be able to unite this town under my banner in one fell swoop. Kiru's eyes were crazed and bloodshot. Then that's all the more reason for you to do as I'm asking. If you want to unite Shibuya, you have to protect it first. But if you think you need to take my head to do that, then go right ahead. Even if these guys were all like Kiru, if this many of them actually showed up at the Scramble, they'd be able to do far more than Achi could hope to by himself. The ultimate goal was to capture Alfred. Achi didn't care how they made that happen. He was just sorry he wouldn't get to see it through, to protect Hitomi to the very end. Okay then, Kiru brayed. The gloves are coming off. She balked at the last second. No, wait, hold on. But it was too late. Kiru raised his steel pipe high above his head. And then, before he brought it down, he flicked the tip of his tongue from his mouth like a snake. You dumbass. As if I'd ever help out a bitch like you. It was no use. He'd never be able to dodge it in time. Achi's limbs were pinned down with too much force for him to have any hope of avoiding what was to come. But the steel pipe never struck home. Just when it was about to smash into Achi's head, Suzumu grabbed hold of it. The hell you doing? Enough of this crap, Kiru. Suzumu yanked the pipe from Kiru's grasp and tossed it onto the floor. Kiru stood frozen in surprise, a vein pulsed angrily in his forehead. You guys too, Suzumu added, glaring at the others. Let him go. The toughs holding Achi down cautiously took their hands away. Kiru let out a red-faced cry of rage. But we got unfinished business. Ignoring him, Suzumu helped Achi slide off the table. Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. Do you remember saying that? The words stirred up some bitter memories within Achi. Yeah, I remember. But you didn't grant me my request. No, I guess not. That's why I'm gonna heed yours, no questions asked. Suzumu held out his right hand. Suzumu, you are? That'll make me the better man, finally. Achi reached out and clasped Suzumu's hand in his. Yeah, Achi said, letting his relief show in his face. You're quite the guy. Suzumu cracked a tiny grin. It was the sort of smile Achi had seen all the time back when he'd run with SOS. Suddenly, Suzumu staggered and dropped to the floor, falling too fast even to cry out. Kiryu had snatched the steel pipe back from the floor, striking Suzumu from behind once his back was turned. To hell with this, he held like a madman. SOS doesn't belong to you guys. Not anymore. I won't allow it. Achi didn't flinch. SOS doesn't belong to anyone, he said. It's not mine, it's not Suzumu's, and it isn't yours. We're just a bunch of friends hanging out and having a good time. That's the only reason we get together. Nothing more, nothing less. He turned and looked slowly around the room. Hey, you guys. Do you all get together because someone told you to assemble? Do you get together to follow someone's orders? No, you don't. Of course you don't. The bar fell silent. Achi could see the young men who surrounded him exchanging glances. They could tell that his words rang true. Kiryu saw it too, and it only made him more and more agitated. Shut up! Enough with the warm fuzzies. Abruptly, he charged forward, giving the steel pipe a mighty swing. Achi managed to dodge the attack by a mere hair. If it had connected, the blow might well have knocked his head clean off. He quickly backed away. What's the matter? Kiryu taunted. How come all you do is run? The pipe crashed down onto the bar top. Bottles of beer and liquor smashed and scattered. Come on, what's the matter, Achi? Kiryu slammed his weapon into the pool table, sending balls scattering across the floor. Some of them collided with Suzumu. Ugh. Suzumu let out a faint groan. Smirking at the sound, Kiryu stalked toward him. Speaking of unfinished business. With a gleaming grin, Kiryu took aim at Suzumu's head, lifting the pipe up high. Stop! Before he could think better of it, Achi was rushing for his fallen friend. You dumbass. Without missing a beat, Kiryu shifted his weight and swung the steel pipe at Achi's temple. Achi responded with a fast high kick with his right leg. The steel pipe connected hard with his shin, but it was Kiryu who went reeling off balance. Yeah! Achi pivoted and put all his might into a straight right to Kiryu's jaw. The blow struck home. Kiryu's head snapped back and he crumpled to the floor. There was a momentary hush of indrawn breath. Then the bar erupted in a wild clamor that practically shook the whole building. All eyes were fixed on Achi, marveling at what they had just seen go down. Sounds like folks were hoping for a little more of a fight. Suzumu got to his feet, his left hand clutching his right shoulder. You alright? Achi asked. Mostly. Guess my shoulder took the brunt of the blow. The gang members from Kiryu's faction rushed to their unconscious leader's side. Achi shot them a steely glare, and they gathered up Kiryu and dragged him out of the bar. I didn't go too far here, did I? Achi asked Suzumu. Is this gonna cause trouble for you? No, I figured Kiryu would pull something like this eventually. It was just a question of when. Right. I'm sure he's gonna go gather up his own bunch after this. We'll probably wind up butting heads again. Suzumu didn't sound especially eager for that fight, but he didn't sound especially afraid of it either. Achi was still worried about a few things, but his friend had clearly grown as a leader. Anyhow, back to that story about you needing some manpower. Will the guys here be enough? There are around 30 gang members still in the bar. Achi looked each of them in the eye in turn. Some he knew from back in the day, while others were fresh faces. I was born and raised in this town. I'm fond of the friends I've met here, and this has always been a great place to have a good time. And today, right here in this town, I met someone who's very special to me. And I know this doesn't involve the rest of you, but I'm willing to protect her. Achi knew he wasn't doing a good job of getting to the point, but the members of SOS listened quietly. And so it's like, He felt like a grade schooler who didn't know the answer to a difficult question. He fussed with his hair and frowned sheepishly. Okay, so I'm not sure how to really put this, but Shibuya is a special town to me because of getting to meet people like that. And maybe... No, I mean, it's like that for you guys too. Don't you love Shibuya? So help me help this town. He bowed low and deep. I want to protect this girl who means so much to me, and the city that means so much to me as well. I know my answer. Suzumu clapped a hand on Achi's shoulder. Listen up, everyone. SOS's original founder is back in action. He needs our help, and I, for one, am ready to follow him into battle. What do you say? Suzumu's people let out a hearty cheer. When Achi marched back into his home, followed by 30 members of his old gang, Hitomi and Kano were obviously overjoyed to see him. Their happiness raised his own spirits unexpectedly high. He felt a palpable sense of accomplishment. "All right, detective," Achi shouted. "Let's do this." His resounding cry echoed throughout the workroom, and the gang set out for the scramble. "What's the matter?" Hitomi asked Achi as they made their way through the busy streets. "What's the matter with what?" "You look pretty pale." She peered good and hard into his face. "Do I now?" "Are you tired or something? I mean, you've kind of been going all out all day long after all." "Nah, it's nothing." Achi kept his voice nice and bright. "I'm just a little hungry's all. So don't worry about me or Alfred either, okay? I swear I'll keep you safe, Hitomi." "Alright." Hitomi gave a tiny nod. "Just leave it to me. Alfred's got nothing on this guy." He thumped his chest in a display of bravado, but he could feel the sweat beading on his brow. When they reached the scramble, Achi took his place at the location specified by the battle plan Kato had drawn up. Hitomi was only a few meters away. Whatever happened, he was in a good position to shield her from her harm. There were 3 minutes left until the appointed rendezvous. Achi wondered what sort of person was going to show up. Still, he knew he shouldn't scan the crowd too much. He needed to act as naturally as possible so Alfred wouldn't be suspicious. He risked a glance over at Hitomi. Maybe now wasn't the time for admiring, but he couldn't help but think how cute she looked. In some ways, seeing her there felt similar to when he'd first seen her that morning in the very same spot. The difference was that, this time, it wasn't just Hitomi's good looks that made him find her so attractive. They might have only spent a few hours together, but in that time, he learned a lot about her as a person. He knew what was important to her, what her worries were, her wants and desires. And also, he learned what a kind-hearted person she was. Achi recalled what had happened back in the workroom. Even though her own life had been in danger all day, Hitomi had shed tears for her father and her sister. She really understood people's grief and suffering. Or his sister, yeah. My bad. What do I do if I can't protect someone as good as her? Achi muttered under his breath, clutching his right leg. His shin was throbbing wickedly where the pipe had smashed against it. He'd been okay walking so far, but any intense fighting in the leg might just give out. But he couldn't let himself worry about that now. If it came down to it, he'd be a human shield to protect Hitomi if he had to. Achi looked at his watch. Only 1 minute to go before 7 p.m. He glanced again at Hitomi and saw her eyes widen with surprise. Quickly, he followed her gaze across the plaza. He spotted a tall white man approaching. Sorry, give me just a second. Okay. Achi. Kano. He told me, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny reluctant nod. Her shoulders began to tremble. He told me, I'll be alright, I'm just a little nervous, that's all. She had a right to be nervous. Alfred was after the antiviral that she had in her bloodstream. Once he had it, he told me would become a liability that he'd want to dispose of. And right now, the only person who could keep her safe was Kano. He clenched his jaw tight and tried to look confident. Please, just try to relax. I'll protect you with my life if I have to. Protecting Hitomi is my job. Achi, you're back! I said I'd see you through to the very end. Didn't I? Yeah, you did. Hitomi gazed back at Achi with grateful reassurance. Kano cleared his throat softly. But Achi and Hitomi continued to stare earnestly at one another. Eventually, the tough-looking young man standing behind Achi spoke up. I've got 30. Will that be enough? Yeah, Kano nodded. That'll be fine. More importantly, have you heard what we'll be doing yet? Catch the bad guy, keep Shibuya safe. Same old thing we always do. The guy flashed a grin. You got it, Kano said. We'll be counting on you then. With 30-odd people at their disposal, They'll be able to encircle the meeting area no problem. Preparations were all set. It was time to confront Alfred at last. "Alright, Detective," Ashi shouted. "Let's do this." Kano gave a firm nod. Nine minutes later, 6:59 p.m., Kano and the others were in position around the Scramble. Each subtle tick of the second hand was like a sharp prod to Kano's nerves. His whole body was stiff with tension. They could not let themselves fail. There was too much at stake. Here, now, hundreds of thousands of lives were on the line. With Shibuya on lockdown, the area around the Scramble had been seized by panic, and there had been multiple traffic collisions. The sidewalks were crowded with scared people, overturned cars and abandoned motorcycles clogged the streets. Amidst the chaos, emergency vehicles sped by at furious speeds. But the fire and emergency personnel and even the police were short-handed. And the whole of Shibuya had begun to look like a war zone. The main roads had been blocked to normal traffic, and the trains weren't stopping at the stations. In effect, the city was in a state of complete shutdown. Kano glanced again at his wristwatch. 6:59 p.m. in 10 seconds. 11 seconds, 12 seconds, 13 seconds, 14 seconds. He scarcely remembered to breathe. Hitomi stood in front of the statue of Hachiko. She wasn't carrying an attaché case this time, but the moment was otherwise a strange mirror of the stakeout at 10 o'clock that morning. She looked terrified. Kano couldn't blame her. The criminals weren't after some case full of money this time. This time, they were out for blood. Her blood. Kano did a slow scan of the area. Achi was standing not too far away. His companions were strewn about here and there, carrying on as normal. Here in Shibuya, those guys fit right in with the crowd. And they had the area around Hitomi completely surrounded. Yet again, Kano looked at his watch. 6:59 p.m., 35 seconds. 36 seconds, 37 seconds, 38 seconds, 39 seconds. He forced himself to take several deep breaths. He focused on the sound of his own heartbeat and exhaled until all the breath was expelled from his lungs. And then it all started. Kano's cell phone rang. "I've got him." It was Daisuke, the organ trafficker who devised the kidnapping. "It's him." "Where is he?" Kano asked. "Is he close by?" "I've got him on camera now. He's on the other side of the intersection." Kano looked out across the Scramble. There were so many people that it was hard to tell who was or wasn't suspicious. "Can you describe him for me?" "The tall foreign guy. The one wearing glasses." "A tall foreigner?" Kano's eyes drifted over the crowd. Aha! There he was. As he got closer, Kano's eyes went wide. This man was someone he'd met before. Leland Palmer, the lecturer from the English department at Hitomi and Maria's school. Is he... Alfred? Palmer was walking right toward Hitomi. Hitomi didn't seem to have noticed him yet. When Kano glanced back at his wristwatch, it was 7 p.m. on the dot. When Hitomi realized Palmer was approaching her, she was too stunned to react. He walked directly up to her, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. "Hello, Hitomi," he said in English. "How are you doing?" "Professor Palmer? What are you doing here?" Hitomi's voice came out in an anxious squeak. "Why, I'm here to take your blood, of course." This time he spoke Japanese, and with an easy fluency totally different from his usual manner of speech. "I'm the one who injected you with the Yuba virus." I've been waiting so long for the opportunity to arise. It's been quite agonizing, you know, spending 6 months and more pretending to be a mild-mannered English lecturer. "Professor, you're Alfred, aren't you?" "Let's get down to business, shall we? Neither of us has much time." Hitomi stiffened. "Please tell me the laboratory password." "After I have your blood. This will only take a few seconds. I've got a device here that will make the extraction quite simple. It's called a knife." "No way. The password first." "That would violate the terms we already negotiated." Hitomi and Palmer glared at one another. "Alright," Hitomi said at last. "Why don't you negotiate with Kanon instead?" "Kanon?" Hitomi took her cell phone out and dialed. But the phone rang repeatedly and Kanon did not pick up. "What's going on?" Hitomi's face went pale. "Come on, Kanon." Kano, standing near enough to overhear their conversation, grew increasingly anxious as he watched the pair stare at the phone. What was the right move here? Should he keep waiting? At this point, they couldn't count on Kanon anymore. Kano rushed into action. "Freeze!" Kano drew his gun and trained it on Palmer. Nearby pedestrians scattered in fear. Seizing the moment, Achi darted in to protect Hitomi. Palmer let out a tiny sigh. "So you're breaking the terms we agreed upon, then?" "I don't negotiate with terrorists." Kano inched his way closer, his point of aim never wavering. "Hitomi," he shouted, "call Kanon again." Again, Hitomi dialed her cell phone. Palmer opened the attaché case he was carrying. "One more move and I shoot," Kano shouted. But the terrorist ignored the warning, producing a set of small glass vessels from within the case. "If you want to shoot me, then shoot me," he said. "Assuming you don't mind this getting scattered about." Is that... Surely you don't need me to explain." Stanley was right. Alfred had weaponized the virus. Doing his best to conceal his horror, Kano tried to sound defiant. "You can't let that loose here." "And why is that?" "Because if you do, you'll be infected too." "True. But so will all of the innocent bystanders around us." A thin smile crawled across Palmer's face. "Did you come here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alfred?" "Hardly. I have no desire to die here. All I want is to get a little of this girl's blood and then go quietly on my way. But that all depends on you, doesn't it?" His face was overflowing with confidence. Kano couldn't shake the feeling that something was off here. Something about this man's demeanor hinted at something. Well then, what will it be? Palmer continued. Will you condemn the people of Shibuya to death? Cursing inwardly, Kano lowered his gun. Palmer flashed a triumphant grin and resumed his stroll toward Hitomi. She stood frozen on the spot. Suzumu! The shout had come from Achi. In an instant, a dozen members of SOS headed toward Palmer from all sides. Tough luck, pal, Suzumu said. Turns out we're not actually innocent bystanders. Now it was his turn to grin. We're completely surrounded. Give up and tell us the password now. And just for the record, we ain't scared of no virus. The tough-looking young man radiated bravado. Without hesitation, they closed in around the kidnapper. Surrounded? You certainly don't look like police. Palmer cast a bemused glance around himself. You're right about that, Achi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. He kept Hitomi shielded behind him while he spoke. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Palmer grimaced at Achi's words. I see. Then it appears our negotiations are at a close. Enough of the high and mighty act. Suzumu stomped aggressively toward Palmer. Hey, Kano snapped. Easy now. They couldn't risk a scuffle, sending the virus crashing to the ground. What a shame. Palmer swung his right arm up high. Everyone watched in dismay as his hand shot up. The vials he'd been holding sailed upward against the backdrop of the evening sky. Look out! Achi shouted. Catch him! Catch him! A tremendous blast blew Kano off his feet. As he crashed to the pavement, searing pain shot through his entire body. He knew at once that a bomb had gone off. But why? It didn't make any sense. Alfred had no intention of carrying out a suicidal terror attack. Kano was certain of that. If that had been his intent, he could have just done so at any time without going through the trouble of putting on this whole charade. Was there some reason that this guy would blow himself up under these circumstances at this specific moment? As he lay dying, Kano had a thought. Could it be? Had Stanley not come to the Scramble because he knew this was going to happen? Stanley... Mysterious explosion. I'm trying to get to whatever. You know, like, read the little, like, hint about how not to get the bad ending, but whatever, it's fine. Oh no. Oops. Jump. Was this guy Alfred? The man arrived in front of Hitomi and began speaking to her. Hitomi, Maria, even Achi's father, this must be the guy who was responsible for everything. Achi felt a pressing urge to flatten him right then and there. Still, he knew he couldn't blow his cover until Kano gave the signal. Suppressing his raw emotions, he readied himself for action. Protecting Hitomi has to come first. I can't let anything happen to her. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't Kano given the signal? Freeze! Suddenly, Kano rushed forward, his gun drawn. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Achi dashed for Hitomi as fast as he could. He cut in between Kano and Alfred, quickly pulling Hitomi out of danger. Hitomi! Kano shouted. Call Kanon again. Shielded by Achi now, she brought up her cell phone and dialed the number. But some time passed and there was no answer. Had there been some kind of trouble on Kanon's end? Looking increasingly worried, Hitomi tried calling several more times. Then Alfred withdrew some strange vials from the attaché case he'd brought. Kano's face wavered with alarm. This had to be the terrorist trump card, then. Kano and Alfred were having some sort of debate. Achi couldn't hear the specifics, but tensions were clearly running high. Kano hesitantly lowered his gun. Alfred flashed a haughty, confident grin. Looks like it's time for our trump card. Suzumu! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. At his signal, the gang emerged from the crowd, moved en masse to hem Alfred in. Surrounded. Now the terrorist was visibly at a loss. You certainly don't look like police. You're right about that, Achi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. As he spoke, he made sure to keep Hitomi shielded behind him. The pain in his leg was getting worse and worse, but he tried his utmost not to let it show. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Alfred grimaced at Achi's words. I see, and it appears our negotiations are at a close. But why did he seem so confident? Something definitely didn't feel right. It's just a bluff. This is just a bluff. He knows he can't get away. His only chance would be to try to spread the virus around and then take off while everyone was distracted. Which meant they needed to just grab the guy and be done with it. Enough of the high and mighty act, Suzumu shouted. Evidently, he shared Achi's opinion. He began to stomp toward Alfred, but he didn't reach him in time. The vials in Alfred's hand went sailing high into the air. Look out! Catch him! Catch him! Achi gestured for his comrades to fan out across the open space. Then, out of nowhere, a huge explosion blew Achi clean off his feet. His eardrums ruptured, and his world was engulfed in an eerie silence, as if time had stopped. As he lay crumpled on the pavement, the one thing that still rang in his ears was the tinkling of glass as countless vials smashed on the concrete. Okay. Kano. Detective Tateno! Just before the older man disappeared, Kano gave him a silent salute. It was a breach of protocol to salute while in plain clothes and without his cap. Still, it was the best way he had to let Tateno know how he felt. I'll leave the rest to you. Tateno took one last look over his shoulder before finally leaving the workroom. Jump here? Kyozo Tateno gingerly flexed his right elbow. It was still a little sore, but it shouldn't interfere with his ability to drive. Does that hurt? Asked the girl called Kanan. No, I'm alright. Good thing I didn't kill you, she said, her tone matter of fact. You ought to thank the younger detective. If he hadn't stopped me, he wouldn't be here right now. Is that right? Tateno looked over at Kano. He was talking to Achi and others about something. The last time Tateno had seen Achi had been back at Katone's wake. He felt a strong surge of emotion, seeing how the boy had grown into a fine young man. Are you sure you don't mind driving? Kanan's voice snapped Tateno back into the moment. Yes, it won't be a problem. Back when she attacked him on the rooftop, she moved too quickly for him even to get a glimpse of her face. Now that he was able to get a good look at her, he was shocked by how young she looked. And yet there was a cold gleam in her eyes, a glitter of awareness with no trace of emotion behind it whatsoever. In his long career as a detective, Tateno had seen eyes like that before. It was a look he knew well. The look of someone who had killed and had done so many times. I'm so sorry about all this. Please, look after my sister, Hitomi said. She bowed deeply. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Tateno would have liked to go on, to say that helping now was the least he could do to atone for what he'd done earlier, but he stopped himself there. Nothing he could say to Hitomi Osawa could possibly earn her forgiveness. Silently, Tateno lowered his head. His subsequent actions would have to make up for his crimes. He had to hope that this was possible. Kanan, you look after my sister too. Hitomi bowed once more. You two know each other? Tateno looked at the two girls in surprise. Kanan is my sister's friend, Hitomi said. I just met her for the first time today. What strange series of events could have transpired for Maria and Kanan to wind up as friends? Tateno felt a prickle of curiosity, but now was not the time for that conversation. Daisuke reappeared. He had gone to fetch his car keys. You know where it's parked, yeah? He asked. Same as back in the day? That's right. Over where we always hung out with Kitone back in grade school. All at once, Tateno was hit with a surge of childhood memories. The sky was a piercing blue. The droning of cicadas echoed in his ears. A refreshing breeze brought intermittent respite from the heat. During summer vacation, they spent their days here in the parking lot behind Daisuke's house. As Tateno and Daisuke played near the stairs at the side of the lot, the blazing sun beating down on them, Kitone would always come along with some iced barley tea for them. The two boys would race to see who could drink theirs up the fastest. The cold and fragrant teas flowed down their welcoming throats. Most of the time, it was Tateno who would finish first. Daisuke often wound up choking and spitting his out. Kitone would flash him a motherly and sympathetic smile. Then Daisuke would grin back at her sheepishly and fuss with his hair. That had all been nearly 40 years ago, but Tateno could envision their smiles as vividly now as ever. They were his only fond memories of his childhood. Tateno took the keys from Daisuke, clutching them firmly in his fist. "All right," he said, "we'll be back." He lifted up Maria and, with Kanan supporting her on the other side, began to head for the door. Then Kano called out to him. "Detective Tateno, There was a look of sadness on the younger man's face. "Don't let yourself become a detective like me." Tateno had the words right on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back down. It suddenly seemed petty to trivialize the aspirations Kano had held for so long. "Once Maria is safe, I'll turn myself in." After he made sure that Maria got to the laboratory, he would cease to be a detective and instead would simply be a criminal. In Japan, a charge of plotting to commit the crime of murder carries a prison term with labor of not more than 2 years. No more than 2 years. But despite the failures that had brought him to this position, nothing he had said up until now had been a lie. Of that much he could be proud. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, ever. He could at least try to be the detective Kano had so admired until the very end. As Tateno left the room, Kano saluted him crisply. Ordinarily, a detective wouldn't salute in plain clothes or without his cap. The little breach of etiquette just showed all the more clearly how Kano felt. If Tateno hadn't been holding Maria up, he would have returned the gesture. Leaving Endo Electronics, Tateno and Kanan carried Maria up a hectic Dogenzaka. The parking lot was less than a minute away by foot. Before long, however, they found their way blocked by a veritable wall of people. It was a riot squad with Kuze at the head. Sorry. Police squad, carries out security. Director Kuze. Tateno, what are you planning on doing with the girl? What are you planning on doing with her? I already informed Kano that she's to be put under quarantine. If she's allowed to remain free, all of Shibuya will be in danger. Kanan took a step forward. Tateno could sense that she was about to move in for the kill. "Easy now," he said softly. "Wait." As skilled as Kanan was, she was no match for an entire armed police squad. "I'm not going to take all of them on," she murmured. "I'm just going to take the man in charge hostage." Tateno swallowed. Capture Kuze and then run off? It could work. Considering the time limit they were facing, he knew that they had to find some way to force their way through here. Still, given how far they still had to go to reach the laboratory, he wanted to avoid direct conflict as much as possible. Give me 1 minute. No, just 30 seconds. Tateno turned and stared at Kuze. The two had known each other since their rookie days. Director Kuze, tell me, what is it that you believe in? What do I believe in? Yes, weren't you always the one who said that you needed to put faith in your subordinates no matter what? Well, yes. Yes, that's right. Kuze's eyes wavered ever so slightly. In that case, put your faith in me. No, put your faith in Kano. In Kano? He believes that saving Maria Asawa will let us save Shibuya. He's doing everything he can to make that happen. Kuze's lips curled into a wry grin. That sounds like Kano, alright. Always thinking in such simple terms. Usually the simple answer is the right one, sir. People like you and me overthink things, and make them more complicated than they need to be. Just consider for a moment. Will putting Maria Asawa under quarantine clear up this case? No, it won't. So long as we don't know how she was infected with the virus, we can't rule out the possibility that other people have been infected as well. Tateno kept his eyes locked on Kuze's. Director Kuze, right now, what we need to do more than anything is get our hands on the antiviral drug. We need to be helping Kano. Please, sir. Kuze furrowed his brow in thought for a few moments, then shook his head. Tateno, buddy, come on, I can't do that. You gotta understand the position I'm in. The director's voice squeaked into his childish register. Kanan narrowed her eyes. What's this guy's deal? She whispered. Oh well, it's hard to explain. But when his voice gets like that, it means... Where am I? B. He was confused. Now was their chance to make a run for it. Tateno signaled with his eyes to Kanon, then got ready to sprint past Kuze and his team. He didn't get the chance to, though. Ugh! Suddenly Kuze let out a pained yelp. Then, as Tateno watched in surprise, he proceeded to collapse onto the pavement. Arg! It hurts! It hurts! Have I been infected with the virus too? The riot squad immediately rushed to the director's side. As Tateno stood there dumbstruck, Kuze secretly flashed him a knowing wink. That was a terrible performance, Kanan muttered. Yeah, but it was a tour de force as far as I'm concerned. Inwardly, Tateno gave his boss a nod of respect. Slipping past the riot squad, he and Kanan headed for the parking lot. Several members of Kuze's team hurried to chase after them. Don't follow them, Kuze cried out as he writhed on the ground. Everyone stay back. If you get too close to Maria Osawa, he'll be infected as well. The riot squad stopped in their tracks. Tateno and Kanan took the opportunity to hurry out of sight. Darting through some narrow alleyways, they arrived at the parking lot. The area had changed since Tateno's youth, but some of the old air of nostalgia still lingered. There it is. He spotted the minivan with Endo Electronics written on the side. Tateno gently laid Maria on the back seat. She was still apparently unconscious. Once Kanan had climbed into the passenger seat, Tateno hit the gas and sped off. How far is it to the lab? Kanan asked. Normally it would take about 15 minutes, but with this traffic, it's hard to say. Tateno avoided the stop-and-go of Dogenzaka, taking side streets as he headed toward Shibuya Station. Once they had re-emerged on the main thoroughfare, however, he spotted a checkpoint set up ahead. Barricades and armored vehicles were blocking the road. The scale of the security effort showed just how grave the situation truly was. Tateno hit the brakes. "What do we do?" Kanan spoke without taking her eyes off the barricade ahead. Tateno thought for a few moments before arriving at an answer. They'd have to find another way around. "Get in the back seat," Tateno told Kanan. "Why?" "I want you to hold on to Maria so she doesn't fall." A feisty grin came to Kanan's face. "You got it." Tateno waited until Kanan had made her way into the back. Then he threw the minivan into reverse and jammed his foot on the gas. He cut the steering wheel sharply to one side, a loud screeching filling the air as centrifugal force made the vehicle tilt. A patrol car came roaring out of a nearby side road. "What the?" Tateno reflexively jammed on the brakes. The police cruiser cut in front of the minivan, turning to head right toward the roadblock. Crashing into the barricade, it plowed on through, not stopping until it slewed up into the curb beyond. The car's impact had made enough space for another vehicle to slip through in its wake. The minivan barreled on through the checkpoint. Tateno wondered who in the world had been driving the cruiser. Tateno's phone rang, and he picked up as he sped onward. "Were you able to break through safely?" It was the voice of Detective Kajiwara. Tateno had thought he was at the Osawa residence. "That patrol car just now, that was you?" A call came in from Task Force HQ, saying that Kano had found Maria. I figured maybe Kano was planning to take her to Akoshi Pharmaceutical, and so I thought he'd need to make his way through one of the checkpoints here. But the fact that it was you, Detective Tateno, now that was quite unexpected. He let out a weak chuckle. "Kajiwara, are you hurt?" "No, don't worry about me. Just please help Maria. I made a promise to her father that I'd save his daughter no matter what." Tateno could hear the energy draining from Kajiwara's voice. "Understood. I'll keep that promise for you then. Thank you." The line went dead. He crashed headlong through that barricade. There was no way he'd come out of that uninjured. "I'm sorry, Kajiwara," Tateno said to himself under his breath. "And thank you." He bit his lip, then stepped hard on the gas again. Even after Tateno disappeared from view, Kano remained for a long time at attention, his fingertips pressed to his temple. He squeezed his eyes shut, but still the tears he'd been holding back poured down his cheeks. There were only 30 minutes remaining until the time when Alfred had told them he told me he should be at the Scramble. They needed to get ready for action. Is the surveillance camera system still up? Kano asked. Yes, Daisuke replied. It looks like what happened earlier was just a temporary hacking job. Then will you help us? Daisuke inclined his head. What do you mean? I'd like you to keep your eye on the Scramble for us. If anyone suspicious tries to get near Hitomi, let us know. Anyone suspicious? How will I know what's suspicious? Like that organ trafficker who suggested you kidnap Hitomi, Mr. Endo. It's possible that he might be Alfred. Would you be able to recognize his face? Daisuke furrowed his brow deeply as he began entering commands on this keyboard. Yeah, don't think I could ever forget. It's because of him that I... He left the rest unsaid. A moment later, several of the monitors switched over to feeds from around the Scramble. Alright, Daisuke squinted at the images. I'm not sure how much help I can be, but let me at least try to atone for what I've done. Of course, and thank you. Daisuke's fingers flew over the keyboard, and soon all the monitors were focused on the Scramble and its surroundings. Then he carefully adjusted the angle and zoom for each of the cameras. Now the whole area was under total surveillance. All they had to do was get their stakeout crew to the scene. Where did Achi go? Kano asked Hitomi. I'm not totally sure, but I think he went to find some of his old friends. Hitomi sounded worried. Friends? Achi used to belong to a gang called SOS. Actually, he told me he was the one who formed the gang in the first place. What? Kano couldn't keep the shock from his voice. Achi was the founder of SOS. How bizarre that the two of them would wind up meeting each other this way. But I guess there was a big falling out between them. So I think he went to try and win them back over. Kano hadn't heard anything good about SOS since Achi had left them. If things had ended on bad terms between him and the gang, getting them to help might well be a lost cause. And even if Achi was able to gather some people up, how much would Kano and the others be able to trust him? Them. It'll be alright, Hitomi said, as if sensing Kano's thoughts. I'm sure Achi will bring back some of his old friends. And when he does bring them, I'm sure he'll choose people we can count on. You really trust him, don't you? Yes, Hitomi said without hesitation. And a blush came to her cheeks. Alright, then I'll trust him too. It would take about 10 minutes to get from Endo Electronics to the Scramble. Kano turned to Stanley. Let's plan to head out by 6:50. Stanley gave no reply. He had withdrawn to the edge of the room where he stood lost in thought, his expression uneasy. Kano decided to leave him alone for a bit. Taking a sheet of paper from one of the desks, he began drafting a plan for positioning Achi's reinforcements around the Scramble. Alright, there we go. In about 5 minutes, he had drawn up a little map of the optimal places to deploy the team. It included positions for as many as 20 people Achi might bring back. Kano turned around, surprised to find Stanley right behind him all of a sudden. The American looked haggard. Is something the matter? Kano asked. You need to go to the Scramble without me. What? Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please, don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up, and I have to see to it. Sweat beaded on Stanley's brow. Whatever had happened, Kano had no doubt it was something major. And almost certainly it had something to do with Alfred. Stanley, Kano said. understand. Understand. Do what you have to and come back soon. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. It's alright. I'll find a way to get by. Kano had a vague idea of what Stanley was up to. He probably felt he needed to keep things hidden even from his own allies in order to help keep Alfred in the dark. Or at least that was Kano's guess. This was no ordinary opponent they were up against. Keeping secrets, even among friends, wasn't necessarily a bad call. Kano, promise me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. Sure, alright. Kano couldn't help but smile. It's a promise now, remember? Promise these two made just now mirrors another made by a certain pair of brothers in the past. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Jump. It was 6:00 p.m. Alfred had contacted the motley team at End Electronics and the situation had immediately deteriorated. But the new developments had also provided them with one big chance. A chance that Alfred might appear in person at long last. You did fine. Jack Stanley set his hand on Kano's shoulder. A weak smile came to the detective's face. Stanley paused, unexpectedly moved. For that one moment, he saw in Kano the image of his younger brother, Frank. Jack, you have to get everyone to a safe place right away. Frank's nervous shout echoed through the hotel lobby. Stanley's younger brother was a member of the bomb and arson squad. Chicago. This was 2 years ago. The CIA had obtained intel that Alfred was targeting a high-class hotel in Chicago for a terror attack. Stanley and his team had searched the hotel interior and had discovered the bomb set inside a large planter. When Frank arrived at the scene and saw the explosive, his expression grew grim. The detonator trigger is set in the worst possible place. It's gonna be a bastard to remove it. In that case, you need to get out of here too, Frank, Stanley said. No, I need to make sure I can figure out how this thing is set up so the disposal unit knows what to do when they get here. I'll be alright. Look, you can probably see it from back there. Stanley could indeed see the small explosive from where he stood. It was held in place by several screws. The timer had just ticked down past the 30-minute mark. There's plenty of time left for the disposal guys to get here. Jack, I need you to help finish evacuating the building. There are a lot of people who haven't gotten out yet. But Stanley hesitated. From a cold and logical perspective, Frank was right. He had a job to do, and if Stanley listened to his personal feelings and tried to usher his brother out of there, a lot of innocent people might die. Alright, he said. I understand. Heck, if we had something as simple as some dry ice, we could just freeze this thing. Frank grimaced as he eyed the bomb. Dry ice, huh? I don't suppose ice cream would do the trick. That'd be a waste of ice cream. You'd be better off just eating it. Of course, even dry ice would be a long shot in place of actual liquid nitrogen. The brothers looked at one another, and for a moment the tension dissolved into laughter. Alright, Stanley said. I'll be back. Hey Jack. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure. You got it. Stanley headed for the hotel lobby, which was still overflowing with guests. You made the right choice here. Stanley gave Kano a thumb on the back, and the detective cracked a tiny grin. What about my choices, though? Debating his own next move, Stanley stepped away from the others and took out a cell phone. He made a call to his superior, Gordon. It's me, he said. What's the situation? I hear the Japanese police want to put Maria Osawa under quarantine. I'm assuming that's on your orders, sir? It is. There are too many important people in Shibuya. We can't allow that virus to get loose. Besides, we now know that Alfred is after Hitomi Osawa. There's no reason to leave Maria at large any longer. If you put Maria Osawa under quarantine, she is going to die. I know that, but there will be far fewer victims as a result. Gordon's words made something inside Stanley snap. In that moment, he lost any inclination to report that he was with Maria. Failure to do so would be dereliction of duty on his part. He knew that well enough. He knew it, but the fact couldn't overcome his revulsion at Gordon's callous attitude toward Maria. Victims are still victims, he said. What was that? Nothing, sir. I'll continue my operation to apprehend Alfred. Stanley hung up the phone. He didn't care if his superiors took action against him once this was all over. They intended to sacrifice one person in order to save the lives of countless more. From a purely objective standpoint, it was the right call. But what if that person was a loved one? What would they have done then? The dilemma gnawed at the back of Stanley's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was wrong to just accept the lesser of two evils, to sacrifice an innocent for the greater good. No, damn it. He would save that one life, and then save the lives of the many. He needed to find a way to avoid the so-called easy way out, no matter what it took. He wasn't about to add a second big regret to his life. Not this time. Saving Maria was the right thing to do. His judgment wasn't wrong, of that he was sure. He reaffirmed that to himself inwardly over and over. Kano was watching Tateno prepare to depart. The group had put together a reasonable plan of action. Tateno and Kanon would head to the lab with Maria and attempt to get the antiviral for her. Stanley would accompany Kano and the others to the Scramble to apprehend Alfred. It was a two-pronged plan of attack. Still, could they really count on things going as smoothly as Kanon had suggested? Stanley thought back on her earlier words. Once Alfred has made contact with Hitomi, call my cell phone. I have plenty of information Alfred might want to bargain for. I can negotiate with him directly. That meant that getting the password hinged on whatever deal they struck. What sort of things might Alfred request in exchange? Stanley cast a thoughtful look at Kanon. She was helping Tateno to carry Maria out of the room. Stanley doubted she'd answer if he asked just what her bargaining chips were. He held his tongue, watching as she left with the others. Whatever else happened, he needed to focus on capturing Alfred. He glanced at the monitor displays in the workroom. The disembodied sound of Alfred's voice from earlier crept back into his mind. I will appear at the rendezvous in person. After all, it wouldn't do for the star of the show to miss the final curtain. Those words notwithstanding, it seemed absurd that Alfred would actually show up in the flesh. Nationality, age, sex. So much about the terrorist mastermind was shrouded in mystery. Why would someone who had hidden so well for so long ever reveal their true identity? And yet Alfred had gone out of the way to claim that was precisely what was about to happen. It almost seemed like he made turning up in person a major selling point of the deal. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you then. Looking forward to meeting all of you then. There was no doubt about it. Alfred wanted them to expect him on site and in person. So why would that be? He's using himself as bait to lure me and Conan out. This is a near-perfect opportunity to wipe out the two people who are gunning for him the most. That being the case, how might he attempt to kill me once I'm at the Scramble? Stanley felt a sudden flash of insight. No, something was off here. His thought process was running well, each deduction logically following from the last. But at a time like this, that could be a very dangerous thing. Alfred might well have anticipated where his logic would lead. Stanley needed to assume that any clue he thought he'd found was something Alfred had left behind on purpose. So, maybe the suggestion that their target would come to the scene was a different kind of trap. At the risk of setting himself in circles, Stanley decided to rethink the whole case from the ground up. What was the single strangest part of this whole thing? There we go. Why had Alfred put an amateur like Daisuke Endo in charge of the kidnapping? Sure, being able to get a heart for his daughter gave Daisuke a strong incentive, but there still had to be a reason why he would chosen. If the kidnapping had failed, what would have happened then? Of course, this was Alfred they were dealing with. Maybe the possibility of failure was somehow part of the plan. Hell, Daisuke had managed to accidentally kidnap Maria instead of Hitomi, hadn't he? If Alfred had gone with a professional, this sort of mix-up would never have happened. And yet, even if that degree of uncertainty was acceptable or even desirable, using Daisuke seemed like far too big a risk. There must be some other motive for bringing in Daisuke into the plan. Of course. Advantage. Using Daisuke must have provided some important advantage that outweighed his flaws. It was the only thing that made sense. Which meant the reason Alfred had Daisuke carry out the kidnapping was... carry out some other objective. Sorry, 1 second. My stream keeps messing up. He set up the kidnapping, devised the ransom relay, and kept the full attention of the police on that. All the while, Alfred himself was working towards his true goal, getting Hitomi's blood, which meant that Daisuke kidnapping Maria by mistake had in fact been a misstep. That was why, in the end, Alfred had proposed trading the password for Hitomi's blood. Could that really be it? Stanley decided to take it up with the man himself. Mr. Endo, let me ask you something. Did you know Hitomi had a twin sister before the kidnapping? I didn't know. So when did you find out? After I had Maria kidnapped. Organ trafficker took one look at her and said I had the wrong girl. Said I was supposed to have abducted the younger one. He never mentioned Hitomi having a twin before this all started? No. If I'd known, I'd have been a lot more careful. Alfred had certainly known that the Osawa girls were twins. But despite the added risk that fact implied, he hadn't told Daisuke. There was only one logical conclusion. Daisuke's mistake hadn't been an accident. Alfred had intended for the wrong sister to get kidnapped. By using an amateur, Alfred had set up the police to write off Daisuke's kidnapping of the wrong target as a simple misstep. Had Daisuke been brought in simply in the name of camouflage? But why? Alfred was after Hitomi's blood. Daisuke was after Hitomi's heart. They both wanted the same thing, so why target Maria instead? Stanley's train of logic had run out of steam again. Still, he was sure he was on the right track. He just needed to keep following until he found out where that track would lead. "Where's the storeroom where you were keeping Maria?" he asked. Daisuke hung his head. "It's out behind the shop. Why do you ask?" "Would you mind showing me?" "There's something I'd like to check." At this point, he needed to go back over everything, right from the beginning. He followed Daisuke out to the storeroom. "Speaking of the storeroom," Daisuke said as they were walking to the back part of the building, "there's something I've been wondering about. Just how did Maria manage to escape in the first place?" "You're certain you locked her in?" Stanley asked. Daisuke nodded. "At 8 o'clock this morning, the organ trafficker came by to check up on her. I made sure to lock the place back up after he left." "I see. That visit must have been when Maria was injected with the Ua virus. It makes sense, based on our working timeline of when we expect her to go symptomatic." When they got to the storeroom, they spotted the padlock that had held it shut lying broken on the ground. Daisuke picked it up, then opened the storeroom door. Look at this mess." It was obvious immediately that merchandise had been stolen. "I doubt Maria did this," Daisuke said. "Maybe some thieves broke in." He made a quick inspection, assessing what had been taken. Some digital cameras and laptop computers were missing. This looks like the work of some local thugs. This kind of thing has happened to me a few times before." Daisuke let out a sigh of exasperation. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully looking around inside the storeroom. "Where did you have Maria Osawa?" he asked. "Behind those cardboard boxes." The boxes he indicated were piled high, closing off one corner of the room. If Maria were unconscious behind them, the burglars might well have never noticed her. So Maria was able to escape from the storeroom thanks to the burglars breaking the lock, Stanley mused. Just what impact had that stroke of misfortune had on Alfred's plan, he wondered. What had Alfred planned to do with Maria if nobody had broken in? Trade. He was going to trade her for Hitomi. It certainly seemed reasonable enough. He needed to kidnap Maria in order to infect her with the virus, first and foremost. And she had indeed been injected with it at 8 o'clock that morning. Next, Alfred would have carried out a hostage exchange for Hitomi in order to obtain her blood. Maria would be free to go, but infected with Ua. What purpose would that serve? It was simple enough to deduce. Once he learned that Maria had the virus, Kenji Osawa was certain to take action. He would bring her into the storage facility in order to administer the antiviral, just as he'd done with Hitomi. That meant that the storage facility would be opened once more. That was what Alfred was really after. A way in, so he could destroy the antiviral sample at the lab. It was the only logical conclusion. Infecting Hitomi 6 days earlier had ensured that she would be carrying the DDS in her body, but had also served as a sort of dry run for today. If it turned out that Osawa wasn't able to access the antiviral storage on his own, the entire plan would fall apart. Hitomi had been a test case in order to make sure. The negotiations at the Scramble were almost certainly a smokescreen. Alfred wanted to lure Stanley, the others to the Scramble in order to clear the way for an assault on the lab in the meantime. The first order of business was to stop him from getting inside. But how? Should Stanley leave the stakeout at the Scramble for Kano and the others while he headed to the lab himself? He couldn't decide that alone. He headed back into the shop with Daisuke to see where things stood with the others. Shaku. Kano. And with that, Stanley hurried out of the workroom. Kano glanced at his watch. It was coming up on 6:50. Pretty soon they'd have to head for the Scramble. But Achi still hadn't returned. "We need to head out soon," he said to Hitomi. "You said 6:50, she replied. "There's still 2 more minutes to go." Kano let out a tiny sigh. He shared Hitomi's fervent hope that the reinforcements would come, but not her confidence. If Achi didn't reappear, Kano would be left to protect Hitomi all by himself. And to try to apprehend Alfred as well. Would he be able to pull it off if it came to that? No. Yes, he'd just have to trust himself to see things through on his own. He decided to head to the Scramble with Hitomi right away. This wasn't about whether he could or couldn't. He would do it. He had to do it. There was no time for doubt anymore. "Hitomi, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer." Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny reluctant nod. Her shoulders began to tremble. "Hitomi." "I'll be alright, I'm just a little nervous, that's all." She had a right to be nervous. Alfred was after the antiviral that she had in her bloodstream. Once he had it, Hitomi would become a liability that he'd want to dispose of. And right now, the only person who could keep her safe was Kano. He clenched his jaw tight and tried to look confident. "Please, just try to relax. I'll protect you with my life if I have to." "Protecting Hitomi is my job." "Hachi, you're back." "I said I'd see you through the very end. Didn't I?" Yeah, you did." Hitomi gazed back at Achi with grateful reassurance. Kano cleared his throat softly, but Achi and Hitomi continued to stare earnestly at one another. Okay, this is the same stuff. Same old thing. Whoops. what was the right move? Couldn't count on Kano. You can't let that loose here. Kano's plan of action for the scramble was steadily coming together. Stanley half listened as the undetected discussed the stakeout with the rest of the group. His own mind was still caught up with the question of what he himself should do. He couldn't shake the conviction that he needed to head to the lab. Even assuming that Alfred really did turn up at the scramble, and assuming that he carried out another Bioterror attack there, the worst that could happen would be a disaster in Shibuya. Terrible though that might be, it would be far worse to let Alfred, who was already in possession of the evil virus, destroy the world's only supply of the antiviral. If he succeeded at that scheme, his bioweapon would be unstoppable. He could hold the entire planet in the grip of fear. A terrorist arms dealer must never be allowed to obtain that kind of power. Stanley couldn't take that risk. Even if he was wrong in his suspicions, it only made sense to shore up the defense of the lab. There was only one person he could count on now. Kanan. She was on the way to the lab already. If Stanley could alert her to his conclusions, it would make it that much harder for Alfred to carry out his plan. If nothing else, hopefully she could buy time for Stanley to get there. Stanley approached Kano. "You need to go to the scramble without me," he said. "What?" Kano was visibly shocked. "Where's this coming from all of a sudden?" "Please, don't ask me to explain. Something's come up, and I have to see to it." Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything. If he made any unusual moves now, though, there was a risk Alfred would pick up on it. There was no telling where the mastermind might be watching. It was better to keep his companions in the dark, just in case. "I understand," Kano said. "Do what you have to, and come back soon." "I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more." It's alright. I'll find a way to get by. Kano gave him the thumbs up. The sight brought back some painful memories. Up until just a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive. And now he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother, Frank. They might have looked very different, but in the way they mixed up their responsibilities with their personal feelings, they were totally alike. Stanley couldn't discount that naivete. In the end, that was all a part of the human condition. Jack, are you really okay with this? Frank cast an anxious look at his older brother as they made their way onto the University of Chicago campus. It's my responsibility to look after you, Stanley told him. As long as you take your studying seriously, I'm all for it. Frank had been worrying about tuition costs as he prepared for college. After losing their parents 5 years earlier, the two had struggled to get by. Yeah, but... Stanley set both hands on his brother's shoulders. Listen to me, Frank. You're my brother, and I care about you. I just want whatever you do to be something you can be proud of. Alright, Jack. I hear ya. And thanks. Kano, promise me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. Sure, alright. That's a promise now, remember? Kano flashed him a grateful smile. And in that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank. Hurrying out of Endo Electronics, Stanley dialed up to Dano as he ran along. It's Stanley. What's going on? What I'm about to tell you here is conjecture on my part. Mere conjecture, but for now let's assume I'm mostly on the right track. He took a deep breath and steeled his nerves. I think Alfred is heading to the lab. He's planning on hitting it to destroy the antiviral. Are you serious? Tatino's voice was laced with apprehension. Yes, you need to turn back right away. I'll go to the lab with Kanon. The detective's only reply was silence. Did you hear me, Tatino? This is an opponent who's out of your league. Turn back. I'll handle the... I can't do that. Now, Tatino's tone was calm and steady. My job is to get Maria to the lab as soon as humanly possible. Whether Alfred is coming or not doesn't change that. Don't be absurd. Even if you do have Kanon with you, you can't keep Maria safe and still win the fight that's coming. I'll give my own life to protect the girl if it comes down to it. Stanley could tell that he'd never overcome this degree of stubbornness. Fine, have it your way then. But I'm heading to the lab too. Whatever you do, do not let your guard down. Understood. Tatino would be no match for Alfred. If the terrorist spotted the detective, he'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless. Instead, Stanley left Tatino with one final warning. Just keep Maria safe. It's your job. Tatino hung up without saying anything. Stanley made it to his car, still parked on the roadside. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. Traffic had gotten pretty congested by the time he made it out into the main road. The chaos and panic from the area around Shibuya Station was starting to spread. His frustration steadily growing, Stanley fought his way along the congested streets. Just as his aggravation was beginning to boil over, he finally arrived at the Akoshi Pharmaceutical Laboratory. He could tell immediately that something was wrong. A plume of smoke was rising from one of the laboratory windows. It was thick and black, clearly the result of a fire of some sort. Stanley hopped out of the car, drawing his gun as he approached the door. He was about to make his way inside when the scent on the air stopped him in his tracks. The smoke carried the telltale odor of explosive residue. He hadn't made it on time. All his fears had come to pass. Maria, Osawa, Tateno, Konan. They were all surely dead. And no doubt the antiviral had all been either stolen or incinerated. In all likelihood, moreover, viral samples from the lab had been dispersed by the explosions. Stanley cursed. He'd already inhaled some of the smoke. This really was the worst-case scenario. They'd been utterly defeated. Stanley called up Gordon to request backup for a sweep of the laboratory. He knew that it was already too late to change anything. Even so, Stanley would go through all the motions before he admitted defeat. Okay. Once they made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. Tateno's phone rang. It was Stanley. "What's going on?" he asked the American. "I'm about to tell you is mere conjecture on my part, but for now let's assume I'm mostly on the right track." Stanley's voice was filled with tension. Tateno braced himself for bad news. "I think Alfred is heading to the lab. He's planning on hitting it to destroy the antiviral." "Are you serious?" It was even worse than he had feared. Alfred, heading to the lab. "Yes, you need to turn back right away. I'll go to the lab at Conan." "Is something wrong?" Conan asked, peering at him from the back seat. He couldn't hide the fact that he was trembling. She seemed perfectly calm, unfazed by the possibility of further complications. Perhaps she had already anticipated something like this happening. "Did you hear me, Tateno?" Stanley said. "This is an opponent who's out of your league. Turn back. I'll handle it." "I can't do that," Tateno replied, managing to regain his composure. "My job is to get Maria to the lab as soon as humanly possible. Whether Alfred is coming or not doesn't change that." "Don't be absurd. Even if you do have Conan with you, you can't keep Maria safe and still win the fight that's coming." Maybe Stanley was right. Almost certainly he was. But Tateno couldn't put Maria's life in danger by turning back in order to save his own. "Conan!" Tateno glanced at the young woman in the back seat. "Yes?" "If Alfred shows up, don't worry about protecting me. Just keep Maria safe." "You got it." That was all Tateno needed to hear. "I'll give my own life to protect the girl if it comes down to it," he told Stanley. "Fine, have it your way then. But I'm heading to the lab too. Whatever you do, do not let your guard down." "Understood." Tateno hung up. "That was Stanley?" Conan asked. She'd probably already surmised the situation. Even so, she showed no sign of concern. At last, the minivan arrived at Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Tateno pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director, Tateno barked into the intercom. Open up. We haven't heard anything from Director Osawa, the security guard spat back. And moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside. That's ridiculous. Tateno scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then a car came racing towards him along the street. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out from the driver's seat. Maria! Osawa rushed over to Tateno, then to Maria, where she lay in the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face. Oh, thank goodness. She still hasn't gone symptomatic. Mr. Osawa, why aren't people being allowed into the laboratory? Osawa tilted his head. They're not? Tateno explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous. Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. He got the same story. You've got to be kidding me, Osawa raged. I'm the lab director here. But the security guard wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry, sir. These orders come from Mr. Makino. No. So am I just supposed to sit out here and watch my daughter die? Tateno racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd have to climb the gate and break their way in. Then, over the intercom, they heard the sound of a phone ringing in the security room. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. His voice was faintly audible. He sounded rather deferential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Tateno could muse further, the gate suddenly opened. Huh? Why? Tateno and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino, the security guard said. For Makino? Osawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief, subtle voice exchange with the guard. What was that all about? Tateno asked. It would seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us. Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Tateno didn't have time to wonder what that might mean. Has that lock been opened for us as well? He asked. The smile disappeared from Osawa's face. No, she wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security. I see. Well, let's regroup inside for now. Very well, Osawa said. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password? I am, Kanan replied. Ah, so you're Kanan. We should get you to the laboratory then. After checking to make sure there was nobody suspicious lurking nearby, Tateno headed into the laboratory with the others. It took about 20 seconds for the elevator to reach the first basement level. The biohazard storage area was evidently fairly deep underground. The doors opened to reveal a long, straight corridor. There was a door at the far end with a device at one side for checking IDs. Kanan approached the device, setting the laptop she'd borrowed from the security room on the floor in front of it. She affixed a scrap of paper with Kenji Osawa's password written on it to one side of the monitor. Then she connected a series of cables to both the laptop and the device. Tateno tried to contain his sense of urgency, focusing on keeping watch over Kanan as she worked. Kanan began to slowly tap away at the keyboard. Her screen displayed a series of numeric values that changed with each keystroke. She checked the changes carefully, timing the movements of her fingers according to some formula. The ID device let out a warning sound and the display lit up. Incorrect password. Input had been rejected. Was this really going to work? Tateno felt his impatience growing. Osawa's face showed a similar unease. Kanan turned to look at them. How many failed attempts are we allowed? 2, I believe, Osawa answered. After a third failed attempt, the storage area is locked down and can't be reopened without input from the full board of directors. Kanan had already resumed typing before he finished speaking. There's a very slight difference in power consumption from the device when it processes a correct password compared to an incorrect one. There's a minuscule difference in the time it takes to run the process as well. If I can analyze those and compare them... Kanan's voice trailed off. She continued working. There was another warning sound. A second failed attempt. A single bead of sweat ran down Tateno's forehead. But Kanan didn't so much as bat an eyelash. I see. Her face remained full of confidence. It won't be a problem, she assured them. This isn't my first time with this type of mechanism. Slowly, one at a time, Kanan pressed key after key while keeping her eyes fixed on the laptop screen. With each keystroke, a waveform at the top of the screen, looking almost like a echocardiogram readout, wobbled slightly. The laptop let out a tiny sound. A sequence of 10 characters appeared on the screen, and Kanan read them off. Tateno jotted them down in his notebook, and stepped up to the scanner to enter the twin passwords for Osawa and Tanaka. The door opened. Kanan let out a sigh of relief. Osawa gathered up Maria and headed into the storage area. Tateno felt a surge of relief as he watched the two of them go. Kanan, meanwhile, was fastidiously putting away her equipment. What do you think? Tateno asked her. About what? She asked, her gaze as serious as ever. About Alfred. Why hasn't he shown up? If what Stanley had said was true, Alfred ought to be coming their way. It was both strange and unsettling that they'd be able to get inside without any interference. This isn't over yet, Tateno continued. Don't let your guard down until we know Alfred has been dealt with. Right. Kanan pulled out a pistol. You keep those two safe, she said. I'll go check things out front. She got back into the elevator and headed up. Hi. So far, so good. I'm sorry it's been a while. A lot of stuff came up. I mentioned it earlier. There's some renovations done with the house. There's a sickness going around, and I think I've recovered from it. My voice still might be a little messed up, but I'm doing okay. Left alone in the hallway, Tateno was enveloped by an eerie silence. He drew his gun from his holster, then went into the storage area to join Osawa and his daughter. His cane and the soles of his shoes echoed on the hard surfaces all around. At the end of the hallway, Tateno came to another door. He took up position there, determined to guard the two individuals inside. This was the only way in. If anyone was coming, they'd have to pass through here. Putting his back to the door, he let out a sigh. A great weight of exhaustion settled over him. Too much had happened over the past few hours. He'd recalled too many painful memories that had long been buried deep within his mind. And he'd realized that his whole life was rife with things he could never undo. If you're coming, then come on. Tateno aimed his gun down the empty corridor. Right now, he just needed to protect Maria. That had become his life's sole purpose. Suddenly, the door that was in front of him was blown off its hinges with a tremendous explosion. The shockwave traveling down the corridor struck him an instant later. Tateno had neither the time to wonder what had happened, nor any chance to avert his fate. Oh no! I'm getting all the endings, by the way, so don't worry about the bad ending. Next. Jack. Where am I? Oh, no. He was going to release her at some later time. Also, if you're interested in, knowing more about the story, I have my streams, converted onto YouTube, so you can check those out if you want to know what's going on. I'm pretty much at the end of the game, so, spoilers, I guess. But if you don't care, then it's fine. He was going to release her at some later time. Since he'd gone to the trouble of infecting her with the virus, it only made sense. And Stanley could only think of one reason to release an infected Maria. To turn Shibuya into ground zero for a pandemic that would sweep through all of Tokyo. A virus with a mortality rate of 100% would have spread throughout the region before anyone even realized it. It would be impossible even to calculate the scope of such a disaster. First, it would run the circuit around the Yamanote line, and then, if any of the infected happened to head to the airports at either Haneda or Narita, the virus would spread throughout Japan and the rest of the world in a matter of hours. But that hadn't come to pass. They'd managed to secure Maria before she could develop symptoms and become infectious. Is that because we were better than Alfred? No, that can't be it. Alfred wasn't the sort to commit such indiscriminate acts of terror. The threat of the infection spreading, perfect as it was likely just cover to hide some other scheme. But then, what was the ultimate goal? Yeah, you're it's a weird place to be. Stanley still didn't have enough clues to go on. Stanley made his way behind the stack of cardboard boxes. He spotted something that had fallen on the floor. It was a cell phone. Next to it was a woman's handbag. Stanley unzipped it. It held a jumble of makeup, tissues, and other personal effects, but nothing at all unusual. If he was going to find any clues here, it would probably have to be from the cell phone. He tried turning it on. There was no response. It appeared to be broken. "Let me see that," Daisuke said from behind him. "I'll see if I can fix it." "Do you think you can?" Stanley asked as he handed it over. "I won't know until I try. But the sign out front saying that I run an electric shop isn't just for show." Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that he overlooked on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the image, swallowing the lump in his throat. No! I want to see the picture! No. You can't let that loose here. Look out, Ashi shouted. Catch him, catch him. The hurtling vials scattered and began to fall. It seemed impossible that Kano's team would be able to keep them all from shattering against the ground. The SOS members fanned out, positioning themselves as best they could to intercept the falling vials. Kano likewise prepared to catch one that was headed straight toward him. As he did, he caught sight of Palmer speeding away. Kano made up his mind on the spot. There was only one right call here, and he needed to make it. Protect the lives. He had to protect the lives of the people nearby. As much as he wanted to apprehend this criminal, he couldn't sacrifice innocent people to do it. Kano caught one of the vials deftly in both hands. Carefully, he examined it for damage. Seeing that the vial didn't appear broken, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked around for Palmer, but there was no sign of him. Damn it! The mastermind had gotten away. Vanished without a trace. Amidst the frenetic crowd of the Scramble, a lone criminal could blend in an instant, becoming just another pedestrian. Trying to find him now would probably be a hopeless endeavor. I messed something up. Whoop. Hold on. We're 66. This game's a little complicated because of all the choices you need to make. I thought I was at the right part. Hold on. Let me try this again. Like, everything's all connected, so you have to be careful of what you pick, and then you gotta... It's a little hard to explain, but like, everything's connected, and one choice you make in one path will affect the other paths, and then you would have to go back in the other path, make a different choice, and then stuff like that. Maybe I accidentally said the wrong answer? Yeah, whoop, my bad. Chase after Palmer. He had to chase after Palmer. It didn't matter if he didn't grab the vial. Something about the way this was playing out made Kano sure of it. Calling upon all his rugby training, he broke into a sprint. Deftly dodging through the crowd, Kano kept Palmer in sight. He would catch him. One way or another, he was going to bring this bastard down. Steadily, he gained on his quarry. At last, he drew within striking range and immediately dived into an expert tackle. He caught Palmer around the waist. Their bodies collided with violent force. Oof! Palmer went down, flailing, and hit the pavement hard. Even then, he tried to resist, but Kano straddled him and held him down. "Tell me the password," Kano snarled. The kidnapper sneered triumphantly. "You made the wrong choice." "Wrong choice?" "The Yua is out now. Now nobody can be saved. You've just killed everyone in the city." "No," Kano shot back. "Nobody's going to die." "And what makes you so sure of that?" "The way you fled the scene just now. If the virus had really been in those vials, you could never have hoped to escape infection. Running off on foot would be pointless." Palmer said nothing. "Which means there was no virus in those vials. They were just a decoy in order to buy you some time to escape." Now Palmer gritted his teeth and glared up at Kano. The look on his face confirmed the detective's hunch. But, more importantly, it was your eyes. You didn't have the eyes of a man who was putting his life on the line. "My eyes? Who do you think you are, Sherlock Holmes?" "I know full well the look in a man's eyes when he's willing to die." In the back of his mind, Kano replayed the moment when Tateno doused in gasoline, marched into the financial office to talk down a would-be arsonist. "Now then, the password. Give it to me now." Kano tightened his grip on Palmer's collar, but the man just gazed back at him with an icy glare. "Let me have Hitomi Osawa's blood. That was our original deal." Kano wasn't surprised. He'd known it wouldn't be easy to get him to talk. Maybe it really would be impossible to strike a deal without Kano. But if getting her on the phone wasn't an option, Kano had to figure out something else. Sweat beaded on his brow as he cast about for ideas. Then he happened to catch sight of a car that had been overturned by an accident nearby. Gasoline had spilled from the vehicle, creating a broad, dark puddle on the pavement. Kano took out his handcuffs, then cuffed Palmer's arm to his own. "Come with me." Jerking his captive back to his feet, Kano led him over to the car. Then, without hesitation, he sat down in the pool of gasoline. Yanking on the handcuffs, he pulled Palmer down beside him. Kano pulled a lighter from his pocket. Palmer snorted. "And just what's this supposed to be, huh?" "Tell me the password. Or else what, you'll light the gas? You'll be burned to a crisp yourself." "Yeah, probably." Kano heard the casual desperation in his own voice. "What the hell are you thinking?" The smile vanished from Palmer's face. Kano scowled down at him. "I just want to know the password." "If that's really what you're after, then you can't kill me." Palmer and Kano locked eyes, both refusing to back down. The scent of gasoline fumes filled the air around them. Kano knew that the slightest spark could set off a massive fireball. Calmly, he flicked the lighter on. "You can't be serious." Palmer's eyes fixed on the tiny flicker of flame. "The password. You value your life so little? The password." In his mind, Kano could see the pages of the Dick Diary clear as day. Dick Dictum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, ever. Palmer glared in defiance. Kano brought the lighter closer and closer to the gasoline. He could practically feel his own life growing shorter as his hand descended. And yet he felt no trace of fear. His body was numb, his senses strangely distant. Time seemed to slow. The world around him dissolved into a blur. He was surprised at how calm, how remote he felt, here in the midst of this life-or-death confrontation. And then, far in the depths of Palmer's eyes, he saw the barest hint of doubt. He fixed his gaze on that point of weakness and did not look away. Palmer's shoulders slumped perceptibly. Now, Kano was certain of it. This was a man who never put his life on the line before. Shizuo's words sounded in the back of his mind. You need a cool mind, but a fiery spirit. A detective without both of those is worth nothing. Let me go. Promise to let me go, and I'll tell you. Is that your answer? I don't think you quite understand the situation here. Kano brought the flame still closer to the gasoline. Palmer's eyes went wide. No longer was he able to hide his trembling uncertainty. All right, I'll tell you. Just put that thing out. The password first. His voice a strangled snarl. Palmer gave him the password. Kano extinguished the lighter. Pulling out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. Okay, we go to Stanley. Show me the picture. It was a photo of Maria, standing next to another young girl. There was something written in marker on the back. Me and Kanan, 7:30. I think that's July 30th. Stanley hurriedly flipped the photo back over and looked at it again. What does this mean? The girl in the photo with Maria looked nothing like the Kanan who had been there at Endo Electronics, who had left with Maria and Tateno just a few minutes ago. But if the girl they were working with wasn't Kanan, then who was she? No. Stanley felt his blood run cold. Could she be... Was she Alfred? The more he thought about it, the more it all added up. Assuming Alfred were masquerading as Kanan, the whole sequence of events suddenly began to make sense. She was strikingly audacious and fiendishly clever. But she hadn't outmaneuvered them just yet. As luck would have it, they still had a chance to stop her. And at long last, Stanley could see the outline of Alfred's plan. Her goal was to get the antiviral. But extracting the DDS from Itomi's blood wasn't enough. Akoshi Pharmaceuticals still had the drug at their laboratory. The antiviral's value came specifically from having a monopoly on it, which meant that in addition to obtaining the drug herself, Alfred also needed to destroy Akoshi's research facilities. That was the crux of her plan. The problem was finding a way to infiltrate those facilities. In all likelihood, Alfred's scheme went something like this. Having Maria Osawa kidnapped, then infected with the Yua virus. After that, eliminate Tanaka. Once Osawa learned that Maria had been infected with the virus, he was certain to use the antiviral on her. But he needed his partner Tanaka in order to access the storage facility, and Tanaka was dead. That was why Alfred had been masquerading as Kanan. Kanan was Maria's friend, and an expert at hacking passwords. If she could secure Osawa's trust, he would let her into the research facility in order to carry out the hack. That's why Alfred, in the guise of Kanan, had saved Hitomi's life repeatedly. Getting Hitomi to trust her would likewise earn the trust of her father. There were still some finer details that remained a mystery. For instance, how was Alfred going to destroy the lab? Still, Stanley could look into that once he had her in custody. He needed to move quickly and stop her from ever getting into the Akoshi facility. I fixed it. Daisuke approached Stanley and held out Maria's cell phone. Well, as best as I could, at any rate. It looks like it'll get a signal, but whatever data was on it is all gone. I see. Stanley took the photo and put it in his pocket. He'd hoped he might be able to learn something useful from it, but luck evidently wasn't on his side. He was just going to have to go up against Alfred with what he already had. Now that he'd guessed what was really going on, Stanley went to talk to Kano. You need to go to the Scramble without me, he said. What? Kano was visibly shocked. Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up, and I have to see to it. Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything, but if he made any unusual moves now, there was a risk that Alfred would pick up on it. It was better to keep his companions in the dark, just in case. I understand, Kano said. Do what you have to, and come back soon. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. It's all right. I'll find a way to get by. Kano gave him the thumbs up. The sight brought back some painful memories. Up until just a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive, and now he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother Frank. Skip ahead a little bit. Blah 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 blah. And that smile. Green out to electronics. Wait, whoop. This is new. Hurrying out of Endo-Electronics, Stanley dialed up to Tano as he ran along. Listen carefully, your life may depend on it. He said as soon as Tano picked up. He knew that the detective wouldn't be able to respond openly since Alfred was right there with him. On the spur of the moment, Stanley devised a simple code for how he should answer yes or no. He told Tano to respond with "that's right" to mean yes, and "will do" to mean no. There was no time for anything more complex. Right now, Stanley just needed to stop Alfred from getting into the lab. He quickly explained his suspicions about Kanan. Tano sounded distinctly unnerved. At any rate, Stanley said, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Will do, Tano replied. So, he was going to head to the laboratory despite Stanley's instructions. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. The detective's affirmation was firm. Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Tano was no match for Alfred. If she figured out what was going on, she'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless right now. Instead, Stanley left Tano with one final warning. Keep Maria safe. The area around Dogenzaka was in disarray. The government had declared a state of high alert, and the people on the street were milling around uneasily, unsure of just what was going on. Modern day Japan lacks infrastructure. The main roads had been blocked off, and automobiles and motorcycles were at a standstill. Some vehicles had overturned on the curb in an apparent attempt to circumvent the blockade. Any moment now, Kano's team would be putting their plan into action at the Scramble. Stanley wasn't sure who they might have gotten to help, but Kano was certain to put them to good use. Please, stay safe. Please stay safe. Don't you dare die on me. Stanley prayed silently as he darted underneath the railway overpass. He made it to his car, still parked on roadside, and fortunately beyond the blocked-off area. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alfred's plan of action. If Alfred herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the Scramble? A call came in from Tano. Stanley here. He picked up quickly, but as he did, he wondered. Why was Tano calling him? Alfred was right there. There was no way the detective should be risking a phone call. What's going on? Tano said nothing. Stanley repeated the question. Still, Tano did not reply. Stanley's apprehension spread like a droplet of ink in water. Hey, has something happened? Hey, answer me. The call cut out. Stanley hurriedly dialed Tateno's number, but he couldn't get through. Something had gone badly wrong, he was sure of it. Had he been too arrogant in thinking that he might be a match for Alfred? His worries turned to the team at the Scramble. What if they had walked into a trap? Figuring that it would be too dangerous to call Kano in the midst of the negotiations, Stanley instead dialed up Achi. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? To Stanley's relief, it sounded like things down at the Scramble had gone well enough, so he asked Achi to put him on the phone with Kano. Yeah, give me a sec, the young man said. Detective! Stanley could hear Achi shouting on the other end. I've got Stanley on the line. He said that Detective Tateno... There was a sudden, tremendous boom, and then the call cut out. Stanley's jaw dropped. He felt his mind emptied out by despair. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't even bring himself to scream. All he could do was curse inwardly, again and again. Stanley slammed his fist into the steering wheel as hard as he could. Then he did it again and again. And again and again and again. He didn't stop, even when his fists were marred with blood. Tateno. Tateno's phone ring. We're able to break through safely. Okay. Next. Jump. Once they made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. Phone rang again. It was Stanley. What's going on? He asked the American. Listen carefully. Your life may depend on it. I'm going to ask you some questions. The answer is yes. Say that's right. If it's no, reply with will do. For a moment, Tateno was bewildered. From the urgency in Stanley's voice, however, he realized that there was some kind of emergency. That's right, he said after a moment's thought. That ought to let Stanley know that he understood the code. Is Conan with you right now? That's right. That Conan is an imposter. Tateno gripped his phone more tightly, hoping it would stop the trembling in his hand. It's her, Stanley said. She's Alfred. The detective had to stifle a gasp of alarm. I don't have time to fill you in on the details, but I've got some pretty incontrovertible evidence. You need to turn back, now. Tateno struggled to come to terms with what he just heard. He glanced at Kanan through the rearview mirror. She was holding Maria tightly in her arms. Was this really all an act on her part? And if so, why? There was only one possible reason. If Kanan really was Alfred, then she had only one goal. She was pretending to help Maria in order to get into the lab, where she would be able to steal the antiviral. But wait, hold on. Kanan was Maria's friend, wasn't she? Hitomi had said as much herself. Kanan is my sister's friend. Maria certainly knew what her own friend looked like. And since it was obvious that Maria might be present, it didn't make sense for a clever impostor to pretend to be Kanan. Or did it? When Kanan showed up on the roof of South Hill, making her surprise attack on Tateno, Maria had taken off down the staircase without ever looking back. And when she turned up at the Endo-Electronics workroom, Maria had already collapsed and fallen unconscious. Tateno felt a chill spreading through his body. As far as he knew, Maria had never actually seen the girl who was now sitting in the back seat. But then, what about Hitomi? Shouldn't she have known what Kanan looked like? Tateno tried to remember just what Hitomi had said. Kanan is my sister's friend. I just met her for the first time today. If they never met each other before today, then maybe Hitomi didn't know what the real Kanan looks like. That was the only explanation that made sense. Hey, Tateno, are you still with me? Stanley sounded like he was on the verge of panic. At any rate, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Even if Kanan really was Alfred, Tateno had to keep heading toward the lab. He went over the coded responses in his head. Yes was that's right. No was will do. Will do, he said. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right, Tateno affirmed. Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Tateno hung up. Who was that? Kanan asked. Tateno felt his heart skip a beat. That was Kuze, the cop from earlier. He tried to keep his voice as level as possible. He was worried about us and wanted to check up. Okay, Kanan muttered, sounding disinterested. Tateno could only hope she hadn't guessed the truth. It felt like the specter of death himself was breathing down his neck. At last, the minivan arrived at Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Tateno pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director, Tateno barked into the intercom. Open up. We haven't heard anything from Director Osawa, the security guard spat back. And moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside. That's ridiculous. Tateno scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then a car came racing towards him along the street. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out from the driver's seat. Maria! Osawa rushed over to Tateno, then to Maria where she lay in the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face. Oh, thank goodness. She still hasn't gone symptomatic. Mr. Osawa, why aren't people being allowed into the laboratory? Osawa tilted his head. They're not? Tateno explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous. Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. He got the same story. "You've got to be kidding me," Osawa raged. "I'm the lab director here." But the security guard wasn't hearing it. "I'm sorry, sir. These orders come from Mr. Makino." "No. So am I just supposed to sit out here and watch my daughter die?" Tateno racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd have to climb the gate and break their way in. Then, over the intercom, they heard the sound of a phone ringing in the security room. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. His voice was faintly audible. He sounded rather deferential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Tateno could muse further, the gate suddenly opened. Huh? Why? Tateno and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. "I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino," the security guard said. "From Makino?" Osawa huddled over to the intercom and had a brief, sotto voce exchange with the guard. "What was that all about?" Tateno asked. "It would seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us." After Osawa left home, I had a change of heart. If it meant losing everything, she decided she wanted to save Maria's life. Although Maria was not Ai's real daughter, it turned out that the time they spent living together had sowed the seeds of a familial bond. Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Tateno didn't have time to wonder what that might mean. "Has the lock been opened for us as well?" he asked. The smile disappeared from Osawa's face. "No. She wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security." "I see. Well, let's regroup inside for now." "Very well," Osawa said. "By the way, who's going to be hacking the password?" "I am," Kanan replied. "Ah, so you're Kanan. We should get you to the laboratory then." Osawa began to lead the way inside. Kanan followed. If Kanan really was Alfred, Tateno couldn't let her into the lab. But without getting that lock open, there was no way of getting Maria the antiviral she needed to survive. What was the right call? Should he still pretend to be in the dark and let Kanan try to hack the password? They couldn't go anywhere. They couldn't go anywhere until Stanley got there. Tateno knew exactly what he needed to do. "What's the matter?" Osawa turned and cast a look of confusion back at Tateno and Kanan, both of whom had stopped in their tracks. "We'll wait out here," Tateno said. "But, I mean, isn't Kanan going to hack the password?" "There's been a slight change of plans. Go ahead and wait for us at the lab, Director." Alright. But we don't have much time before Maria develops symptoms." "I'll be inside. Please don't keep me waiting too long." With Maria in his arms and a worried look on his face, Osawa hurried through the gate and disappeared from view. "What do you think you're doing?" Kanan asked, stiffening as Tateno nudged the barrel of his gun against her spine. "You're Alfred, aren't you?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." "It's no use trying to play dumb. Stanley found proof." Before he finished speaking, Kanan seemed to disappear from view. She cartwheeled away at blinding speed, too quick for Tateno to keep a bead on her. By the time she'd righted herself, she'd already drawn a gun of her own. Abruptly, he found himself facing her in a stare-down, weapons aimed at one another. Then Kanan's phone rang, and she reached to answer it. "Don't move," Tateno roared. "Did you forget the plan?" That might be Hitomi calling. I don't care, don't you move. If Kanan really was Alfred, the whole plan might be a sham. Tateno kept the barrel of his gun squarely on its mark. Kanan let out a little sigh. Have you considered that Stanley might be lying to you? Yes, it's possible, but I need to make sure we avoid a worst-case scenario. If you don't let me into the lab, who's gonna hack the password? We've got your little decoy. My friends will get the fake Alfred to cough up the password. Once her phone had stopped ringing, Kanan sighed again. And what about Stanley, then? Is he on his way here? Who knows, Tateno said. At that, Kanan lowered her gun. She seemed disturbingly full of confidence. Kanan flipped open her cell phone. Who do you think you're calling? Tateno adjusted his aim, pointing his gun at the young woman's head. Look, I'm going to call Hitomi and have her clear up these suspicions you have about me. We don't have the time for this right now. Wouldn't you agree? Kanan stared back at Tateno, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Hitomi says. I trust my own judgment. Your own judgment, huh? And is that always correct? Kanan began punching in numbers. She never took her eyes off Tateno as she waited for Hitomi to pick up. She's not answering. Kanan hung up and tried calling again. It's me. It looked like she'd gotten through this time. The detective doesn't trust me. Apparently he thinks I'm Alfred, not Kanan. After a few moments, Kanan held the phone out to Tateno. Here, Hitomi says I'm definitely Kanan. Tateno didn't reach out for the phone. Instead, he advanced on Kanan with his gun still on its mark. This is a farce, Tateno spat. Hitomi's words don't mean a thing. You might be Kanan to her, but you aren't to me. I don't even know if there ever was a real person named Kanan in the first place. So maybe you're Kanan. And you're Alfred. Kanan shook her head, then put her phone away. If you're really Alfred, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Tateno said. I'm guessing you've already gotten it from Tanaka. Which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into the lab. Kanan didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Hitomi Osawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitomi. That's why he lured her down to the Scramble. Am I wrong? If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using this so-called substitute Alfred or something? Yes, that's right. Tateno couldn't be certain. But he couldn't think of any other way. Kanan let out a laugh. You don't know the first thing about Alfred, she said. Alfred keeps the outlines of his plans blurred so that his deliberate actions just get lumped in with the coincidences. That's the crux of all his plans. That's how he's able to pull off his schemes by himself. He never solicited help from a third party. The words seemed like they were Kanan's, but also seemed like they were Alfred's. Whatever the case, Tateno had to let Kano know that Hitomi was in danger. With his gun still at the ready, he got out his phone and called the detective. But the phone rang several times and nobody answered. Eventually, he had no choice but to hang up. They must have been in the middle of a confrontation on the other end. For now, Tateno could only pray that Kano and the others would be able to handle whatever threat they were up against. I am not letting you in there. At that, Kanan let out a faint chuckle. In that case, I'm going to have to eliminate you. Even without her gun raised, she still irradiated intimidation. Tateno might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. "Illuminate me," he said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. "You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready." "I don't need my gun," Kanan said simply. "And why's that?" "Because you can't shoot me." "What's that supposed to mean?" Kanan glared sharply at Tateno. Her look pierced him like a blade. Then she quirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him. "Don't move," he warned. Tateno said, "I don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to." "Don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to." "It's not that you don't want to pull that trigger. It's that you can't pull that trigger." Kanan took another step closer. "You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die." How do you know about that?" Tateno was shaking now, his aim wavering. "I heard you talking with the younger detective up on that roof." I was right, she had been there. "Let's test my theory out." Kanan pointed her index finger at her own heart. "If you think I'm Alfred, then shoot me right here." "Huh?" The corner of her mouth twisted up. "You can't do it, can you?" Tateno's gun hand shook all the more. "You're afraid to pull the trigger." It was as if her words were a spell that she was casting over him. "You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone." Tateno shook his head violently back and forth, but he couldn't get Kanan's words out of his head. "Just keep Maria safe. That's your job." That's what Stanley had said. And he was right. Don't hesitate. Don't think. This was Alfred, a sadistic terrorist. He just needed to trust himself and pull the trigger. Pull it! Pull it! There was a horrid, visceral sound. Gastric fluids rushed up Tateno's throat. He pitched forward onto his hands and knees and vomited on the spot. The sensation of pulling the trigger. The recoil in the wake of the shot. It was exactly as it had been all those years ago. He never wanted to fire a gun again. At this point, he'd probably never be able to. "Where were you even aiming?" The voice had come from right in front of him. He looked up to see Kanan standing right there. His heart began hammering like mad. This was the end. He braced himself for oblivion, even as his body cried out to survive. There was the dull roar of a gunshot, and then silence. Tateno. Let her in. He was gonna have to let her into the lab. Tateno had made up his mind. "Is something the matter?" Osawa asked warily. No, it's nothing." "Then if you would be so kind." Osawa led the way. Kanan and Tateno followed him toward the storage facility. It took about 20 seconds for the elevator to reach the first basement level. The biohazard storage area was evidently fairly deep underground. The doors opened to reveal a long straight corridor. There was a door at the far end with a device at one side for checking IDs. Can approach the device. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Get out. As soon as Asawa and his daughter were out of view, Tateno drew his pistol. Kanan arched an eyebrow. What do you think you're doing? Just get out of here. Tateno pointed the barrel of his gun at Kanan's face. Silently, she did as she was told, turning and walking toward the elevator. He followed a few paces behind. She gave no hint of resistance. Now, Tateno needed to let Stanley know that they successfully opened the laboratory door. He pulled out his cell phone as he followed her into the elevator. As soon as he did, Kanan pressed herself flush against the wall. A sudden explosion from within the corridor sent Tateno careening off balance. He slammed into the elevator wall. Then, as he lay in a daze, the elevator doors drew slowly closed and the cab began to rise upward. Tateno could tell that the impact had broken several of his ribs. Blood rose up from his throat and filled the inside of his mouth. He felt his grip on consciousness fading, but he managed to flip open his cell phone. Stanley, please, pick up. He jabbed his thumb hard on the call button. Stanley here. What's going on? Hey, something happened? Hey, answer me. But it was too late for Tateno even to hear Stanley's voice. Kano. Looks like we'll be able to have the beer together after all. But Osawa didn't answer. Kano guessed immediately that something was amiss. Detective! Achi's voice was full of worry. I've got Stanley on the line. He says that Detective Tateno... Kano didn't get to hear the rest of Achi's words. A thunderous blast hurled him to the pavement. Where had the explosion come from? His lighter certainly hadn't set the gasoline ablaze. Kano hadn't been that clumsy. So what had happened? Only one possible answer came to mind. Palmer had blown himself up. But that only confused Kano further. His captive had already given up the password. What would prompt him to set off a bomb at this juncture? As he was losing consciousness, Kano continued to rack his brain. But he found no answers. Let's see. Just a bluff. He knows he can't get away. His only chance would be to try to spread the virus around and then take off while everyone was distracted. Which meant they needed to just grab the guy and be done with it. Enough of the high and mighty act, Suzumu shouted. Evidently, he shared Achi's opinion. He began to stomp toward Alfred. But he didn't reach him in time. The vials in Alfred's hand went sailing high into the air. "Look out! Catch him! Catch him!" Achi gestured for his comrades to fan out across the open space. The vials seemed to almost vanish against the backdrop of the evening sky. How many of them had this guy even thrown? There was no way to tell for sure. And if even one of them broke open, it would be a death sentence for Shibuya. They had to make sure they caught them all. Spinning around in the midst of the chaos, Achi saw Suzumu catch one vial deftly. Many of the other gang members appeared to have done the same. "There's one more! Over there!" The desperate shout had come from Hitomi. Whoops. "It's over there!" She spotted a viral sailing in a high arc away from all the SOS members. Damn it! Achi launched into motion, ignoring the searing pain in his leg, but the falling vial was so far away. Yeah! It was now or never. He threw himself into a headfirst slide. Nice catch! The gang members broke out into cheering and applause. Achi got to his feet and looked around, but saw no sign of either Kano or Alfred. "Hey Achi, if you're looking for the detective..." Suzumu gestured with his chin. Achi looked and saw Kano far away across the scramble, chasing after Alfred. Soon both men were lost in the crowd. Achi would have charged off in pursuit as well, but his wounded leg made that impossible. "Get him, detective," he murmured under his breath. "We're counting on you." Achi's cell phone rang. It was Stanley. "Mr. Stanley, what's going on?" "Something isn't right." "Huh? I can't get in touch with Tateno," Stanley said. "What about on your end? Anything unusual going on?" "No problems here for the moment. Detective Kano managed to catch Alfred." "Did he get the password?" "Dunno. I think he just finished his interrogation." "Could you put me on the line with Kano?" "Yeah, give me a sec." Achi turned to Kano and shouted, "Detective!" Kano turned to look at him as he was flipping his own cell phone closed. "I've got Stanley on the line. He says that Detective Tateno..." Before he could complete his sentence, a massive explosion blasted Achi off his feet. Tiny bits of metal tore through his arms, legs, and torso. He crashed to the ground and crumpled like a tattered rag. There were screams coming from all directions. But as Achi started to fade from consciousness, the voices got softer and softer. No, don't do this to me. Through the haze of... Sorry, give me a second. Through the haze of pain, he saw a bloodied arm stretched out before him. He saw a hand that had been clasped with his hand all day long. The fingers feebly reached for him, and Achi intertwined them with his own. It took the very last of his strength. Then both hands subsided into stillness. I hate when they kill off Hitomi like that. Where am I? Wait. Yeah, okay. But did he still seem so confident? Something definitely didn't feel right. With these little, like, chapter things having, like, similar names, it's kind of confusing. But I think I'm on the right track. So I guess I say it's a bluff. Hold on. Bad ending. So do I have... Right, okay. So this should be 73 then. Nice catchy. So if this is different, I don't know, like what's the part that makes it different? Is it that you saw one ending and you need to see that ending first? I don't know. Through the haze of pain, he saw a bloodied arm stretched out before him. He saw a hand that had been clasped with his hand all day long. The fingers feebly reached for him, and Achi intertwined them with his own. Oh, I see what the problem is. Okay. It's because I did things out of order, sorry. So I need to get the Kano bed ending first. Yeah. It's still kind of complicated. Okay, so back to... Right, okay, so because... Okay. So we need him to not chase after him. So like this is what I was saying before. How like the littlest things matter. I don't think I have to do this whole thing. Whoops, that's not what I meant. Like I think it just saves the option that I chose not to go after him. So I don't think I need to go through the whole thing, because just that part matters. Alright, got A. Okay, Kana. Okay, so now this should work. Okay, this is new. They were done for, he was sure of it. A pair of hands shot out and safely grabbed the falling vial. It was Kano. The tension drained from Achi's body. We did it. We didn't break a single one. Damn it! Kano cursed under his breath as he stared out into the throng. Alfred had disappeared. They hadn't been able to capture him after all. Which meant they'd lost their last chance to get the password for the lab. They hadn't just lost, they failed utterly. But we did everything we could have, right? We didn't make any wrong calls. We'll just have to leave everything to Kanon. Have to trust that she'll be able to save Maria. Achi stared up into the night sky, trying to reassure himself. Alright. Alfred. So we pick B, go to Tateno. Tateno. Whoops. Okay. Don't litter in. Then Kano. Okay. Uh-oh, my battery. Okay. No answers. Okay. Achi. This game is kind of tedious sometimes, but Okay, while this is going on, so like for PlayStation games like this, I try to get all the trophies, and for like visual novels, you know, it's mainly about the ending. But like, I wish there was like a faster skip button or something, so I didn't have to go through all this. Like, say, another person playing might just do the true routes only, you know? That would be shorter, but I like to cover as much of the game as I can. Do that with other games on my channel too. Depending on the game though, I'll be like, I'll just get what I can. Cause like, some trophies are like, collect every single one of these things, and I'm like, nope, I don't have time for that. I'm just gonna enjoy the game. Right. Do you know... Where's Tatino? There. Stop. This is the sort of nonsense we don't have time for right now. Conan shook her head, then put her phone away. If you're really Alfred... Hachi... It's a bluff. If I had $1 for every time this man threw these vials... Alright. Okay, so I think we're finally done with the vial stuff. Hopefully. Jack. Alright. Two. Jump. Act as a decoy. To act as a decoy. Surely that was the imposter's purpose. But it wouldn't be a simple matter of providing a brief distraction. Alfred had been careful to wipe out almost everyone she'd associated with in the past. That was precisely why all of her defining characteristics, such as age and sex and nationality, had been unknown. It was unthinkable that she allowed this decoy, who almost certainly knew who she really was, to stay alive. And since Hitomi carried the antiviral in her body, Alfred likely wanted to get rid of her as well. In all likelihood, the terrorist mastermind was planning to steal the antiviral from the lab, but as long as some of it remained in Hitomi's bloodstream, she wouldn't have a monopoly on it. Aha! Stanley suddenly blurted aloud. He just realized what Alfred hoped to accomplish at the Scramble. She meant to eliminate both Hitomi and her own decoy at the same time. The question was how. Beginning with her bombings in Chicago, Alfred had made frequent use of remote-controlled explosives. It was likely that she'd opt for something similar here as well. But she wasn't going to be at the Scramble herself. So how in the world was she going to trigger the explosion? Was there some clue to be found in something she said or done earlier? Think. Try to remember. Think. Try to remember. If he didn't do something, everyone at the Scramble was probably going to die. Then, as he desperately racked his brain, he remembered something Kano had said. It had been while they were at the scene of the minivan explosion together. He said he heard a cell phone ringtone at the time of the explosion. Not sure if that's significant, though. Stanley recalled the recent exchange between Alfred and Hitomi. The two had called each other's cell phones. Alfred hadn't really been checking to make sure she had the right number. She'd been checking to make sure Hitomi hadn't changed her ringtone. That was it. The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music. And the ringtone on Hitomi's phone was the trigger. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have the time to think. He needed to alert Kano and others right away. As he pulled out his phone again, he recalled the map of the stakeout positions. Kano would probably be right next to the decoy Alfred. It might be a mistake to call him under the circumstances. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano. But he could call Achi. Stanley dialed Achi Endo's number. Please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Achi was quick to pick up. Jump here. Eventually, Achi spotted Kano on the far edge of the crowd. The detective pumped his fist in victory. It looked like he'd gotten Alfred to cough up the password. Thank goodness. Finally, some really good news. Now Hitomi and Maria were both safe. A surge of relief ran through Achi's body. Unexpectedly, his cell phone rang. It was Stanley. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? How did the negotiations go? Achi quickly filled him in on the good news. The detective called Alfred. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now, I need you to do exactly as I tell you. For a moment, Achi's head swam. This isn't over yet. Why? What's going on? If you want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley barked. Alright, tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? Was Stanley serious or just messing with him? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. A bomb? Achi's voice squeaked with falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alfred is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alfred at the same time. Eliminate both Hitomi and his own decoy. Why would he do that? And if the guy they just captured was a fake, then who was the real Alfred? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The more he tried, the more his thoughts became a jumbled mess. Listen, first turn off that cell phone. Then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Right now, he just needed to do what Stanley told him to do. He didn't have time to make sense of the situation. Hanging up, he called out to Hitomi. Hitomi, you have to turn off your cell phone. She stared back at him, too confused to act. Look, just hurry up and do it. Right, okay. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she switched the power off. Then on she turned in Kano's direction. "Detective!" he shouted. Kano was looking toward him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. "Detective, that's not the real Alfred. He's a fake." "A fake?" Kano looked understandably shocked. "Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alfred is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb." Kano hurriedly turned back to the fake Alfred and began a fresh barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Achi's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to wipe out both Hitomi and the imposter, it would have to be pretty powerful. So it couldn't be anything particularly small. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Achi scanned the area, but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Kano made his way over to Hitomi. "Pardon me, miss. I just need to search you real quick." Wait, had Hitomi been planted with a bomb? "Achi, keep an eye on this guy," Kano said. "If he tries anything funny, feel free to punch his lights out." "Okay, sure thing." Achi took up watch over the decoy Alfred. The guy was handcuffed, but he was still a diabolical terrorist. Achi knew he couldn't let his guard down for a moment. He kept a close eye on the fake, ready to knock him cold at the first sign of mischief. Meanwhile, Kano continued to search Hitomi. "Did you buy all the jewelry and accessories you're wearing yourself?"
"Yes, most of them. The ring I got from my sister."
"What about your clothes?"
"Oh, I bought them just this afternoon. The top I was wearing before got torn."
"Huh, I see." Then, as Kano continued his search, he cried out suddenly in realization. "Hitomi, you have to give me your cell phone. It's a bomb." Hitomi hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and handed it to Kano. Achi looked on in alarm as he realized the detective was going to turn the phone on. "Stop! Don't turn that thing on!" Kano froze at Achi's sudden shout. "Why not?" The detective quirked a quizzical eyebrow. "I don't know, it's just what Stanley said. He told me to make sure her phone stayed off." The blood drained visibly from Kano's face. Quickly pulling out his own cell phone, Kano dialed out the police. He launched into a discussion involving a lot of cop jargon that made no sense to Achi. But one thing seemed clear: Hitomi's phone itself might be the bomb. But wait. Achi found himself doubting the phone bomb idea. If Hitomi hadn't brought her cell phone with her, what would have happened then? Would that just mean there would be no explosion here? He didn't buy it. Surely Alfred would have thought of a way to eliminate Hitomi and the decoy crook whether she had her phone on her or not. It was too worrying a prospect to ignore. Achi waited impatiently for Kano to hang up, then asked, "Well, what'd we do?" "For now, just let me handle this. We don't know when or how this thing might explode. You guys get out of here." Kano set the cell phone down on the ground and started to put some distance between himself and it. Achi followed after him, dragging the fake Alfred along. Suddenly, there was a tremendous boom, and a furious impact ripped through Achi's body. "I knew it," Achi thought as he lay crumpled on the pavement. Hitomi's cell phone was powered off. So it couldn't have been the bomb. Something else must have exploded instead. It was the last thought Achi ever had. Check. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? Yep. Achi. Boop, boop, boop. Please don't let me be. Stanley, what's going on? How's it going? Not yet. Right now, I need you to do exactly as I tell you. There was a pause before Achi responded. Why? What's going on? If you want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley snapped. Alright, tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. Stanley tried to keep his voice as calm and steady as possible. A bomb? Ashi's voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alfred is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alfred at the same time. Stanley didn't have the time to explain that Kanon was Alfred. Besides, it would only confuse the matter all the more at this point. Listen, first turn off the cell phone. Then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Achi hung up. Hopefully, the team at the Scramble would be able to pull through. Now, Stanley needed to focus on capturing Alfred. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His emotions were coming on far too strongly for him to keep them in check. In the back of his mind, Stanley thought about the last he'd ever seen of Frank. There had been nothing left of his brother but a bloodied hand reaching out from beneath the rubble. Ever since that day, since that very moment, Jack Stanley had sworn vengeance upon Alfred. He would never forget the rage he'd felt at having what was left of his family taken from him. Hey Jack, once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure, you got it. Stanley sprang into action, leading away the throng of panicking civilians. But all the while, he couldn't help but worry about Frank. We've got almost 30 minutes left. He'll be fine. Backup will definitely be here in time. He did his utmost to reassure himself, but still the doubts gnawed. When the bomb squad descended upon the area clad in their protective gear, Stanley shot a look at his watch. Explosive ordnance disposal, bomb suits, blast suit. He felt a surge of relief. Only about 15 minutes had passed. There was still plenty of time for them to deactivate the bomb with their liquid nitrogen. Thank God. Frank's gonna be alright. But he got no chance to relish that thought. There was an ear-splitting boom as a powerful shockwave shook the area. Stanley whirled back around, staring in horror at the place that his brother had been. Nothing remained but a mound of rubble. A later investigation would reveal that the timer on the bomb's exterior had been a mere ruse. The explosive had never linked to a timer at all. Instead, it had been detonated via remote control. Alfred had deceived them, using a visible timer to lull them into a false sense of security. Stanley had managed to save many lives that day, to be sure, but had come at the cost of his own brother's life. Had he really made the best decisions he could have made? He was still asking himself the same question over and over, even now. But no matter how much he blamed himself, it wouldn't bring Frank back. If there was one thing he could still do for his brother, it was getting revenge on Alfred with his own hands. Stanley had been in constant pursuit of Alfred ever since. He would stoop to any level for information without remorse. His opponent was someone who would do anything at all to achieve a goal. It only made sense for him to do the same. At some point, he'd stop even hesitating to get his own hands dirty. He would charge headlong into any danger if he sensed Alfred's presence. Even his own life was a price he was willing to pay in the name of vengeance. He could never hope to latch his jaws onto his quarry's throat if he behaved like prey himself. He must be the greater predator. He would cast aside his humanity, would become a blood-stained beast if that improved his chances at the hunt. For the hunt was all that mattered. Pursuit of Alfred had become his only purpose. So it had been for the past 2 years. Now those years flashed through Stanley's mind in the blink of an eye. As he came back into the moment, he marveled at his own ferocity and at the depth of the wound he suffered. Arresting her isn't enough. I'll make her pay with her life. It was the only fair price for the life she herself had taken. There could be no restitution for Frank's death as long as she was still alive. The law wasn't going to punish Alfred. Stanley was. He didn't care if anyone else thought it was a petty vendetta. Only someone who'd suffered the loss of a loved one at the hands of a vicious killer would understand his seething resentment. The Akoshi Pharmaceutical Lab finally came into view. A large billow of black smoke was rising from one of the building's windows. Stanley felt a chill in the pit of his stomach. He hopped out of the car and then gasped. Tateno. The detective was sprawled face down on the ground outside the laboratory gate, his gun still in his hand. Blood had pooled around his head. He'd been shot at close range. Death would have been instantaneous. All too late, Stanley felt the full weight of his mistake. Tateno had gone up against an opponent who was out of his league and had gotten himself killed. And Stanley had put him up to it. He should never have let Tateno try to handle the situation on his own. He should have done whatever it took to stop the detective. There must have been some way he could have averted this disaster. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. There had been no hesitation in Tateno's words. Stanley had known how badly the man wanted to save Maria. That's why he deferred to the detective's judgment. Now he was faced with the results of his own naivete. The smoke pouring from the building showed no signs of diminishing. In all likelihood, the lab had been destroyed with a bomb. Alfred's plan had run its course before Stanley had even gotten there. He couldn't forgive himself for having been so thoroughly outwitted. Nor would he ever forgive Alfred for what the terrorists had done. Anger erupted inside him, raging like hellfire, driving him on to action. Death would be too kind a fate for Alfred. Now, more than ever before, the thirst for vengeance consumed him. But even as he began to stalk toward the laboratory, a bullet caught Stanley in the abdomen. For a moment, he couldn't process what had happened. There was an intense, searing pain that spread through his gut. Warm liquid began to soak through his shirt. Then a figure emerged from within the smoke. I've been waiting for you to show up, Jack. Another bullet tore through Stanley's body. Time seemed to slow for him. He watched the spray of blood scattering like a crimson mist. Alfred! Stanley hissed the word through clenched teeth. Out of pure stubborn spite, he managed to stay on his feet. Tottering toward his foe, he raised his gun. He didn't stop pulling the trigger until the very moment his world went dark. Okay, I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours. I think this is a pretty good spot to stop. I'll continue on next time, see how far I get there. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you for joining me. Again, if you want to catch up on the story, go to my YouTube. And look forward to whatever comes next, I guess.
See ya. Take care.